Got it. And done. Just check this one over here also. Hey, Zoom. And we're going to click got it right there. Namaste, namaste, namaste. Islam, Islam, Islam. I am Brother Hassan Ghazi Obey here in Morocco at Northwest of Mexham. How are you? And I am welcoming you all to our 7-day tropical medical astro weather report. And I am here with my magnificent and magnanimous beloved brothers in whom I'm well pleased. And they are...
Peace, peace, peace. Islam, people. Islam. I am Horary Bay, as you can read. Yes, yes. How are you?
Oh, I was early.
How are you?
Souls.
Right. I yield.
Islam, slime, brother. Shine only male. All rights reserved, all is well. And you know my bros. What was that, y'all? You used to call me bros?
Braveheart! Let's get it, man. Let's really get it. Guys, we'd like to welcome to our 7-day tropical medical astro weather report. Without further ado, though, before we even get there, right? Brother Terrell Tamari Bey is going to read from Clock of Destiny, book 2 by Charles Mosley Bey. I say Caliph, right? Because it seems like he's defending when it comes to our ancient foremothers and forefathers mindset and Moorish, Moabite 12 signs of the zodiac science, right? So that's why I call him Caliph. However, without that being the main point of what I'm saying here, there's a portion, you got the version from RV Bay Publications, I think it's around like page 40, and it's titled 15 Years of Unfavorable Weather Conditions. And Brother Terrell Tamari Bey, I yield the floor to you, brother, to read that for the people so they can see what's that.
Islam. And this is a clarity moment. All right. This is a sense of clarity. All right. So, Clock of Destiny book 2. Yeah. That was mostly back. Yeah. All right. 15 years. Unfavorable conditions. Just so you know, we're not making anything up here. All right. 15 years of unfavorable weather conditions. The influence of the great planet Saturn on the weather conditions in the northern hemisphere from 1950 until 1965. Until before the next 15 years, the planet Saturn will be below the equator of the southern hemisphere. Just use your common sense, you know, to do some time traveling, you know, with 15 years, a 15-year increment. Saturn crossed the equator on November 21st of 1950 and will remain south until 1965. This position of Saturn results in falling weather, cold winters, floods, and chilly springs and summers in the northern hemisphere until 1965. There will also be numerous earthquakes. The science of astrology, 12 signs of the zodiac, is everybody's law for them to cooperate with the works of nature, and nature cooperates with them, from which spells unity, perfection, and progress. I'm going to read that part one more time. The science of astrology, 12 signs of the zodiac, is everybody's law for them to cooperate with the works of nature, and nature cooperates with them, from which spells unity, perfection, and progress. One does not have to belong to church to gain benefit through applying the science of astrology, and neither do they have to employ the mystic gods, names such as Allah, God, Christ, and Mohammed as their prophet. Neither do they have to employ the mystic God names such as Allah, God, Christ, and Mohammed as their prophet. The term nature is not confusing. The term nature is not confusing. One does not have to bow in prayer to the supreme law of nature to gain benefit. The only way for one to gain supreme benefit in life is to study the works of nature as shown in the 12 signs of the zodiac. For example, he's giving an example here. The sign Virgo governs our industries and organized labor. The eastern half of the U.S.A. right, because this is how you process, the United States of America. He's really speaking on, the Moorish Empire, right? The eastern half of U.S.A. and Canada and West Indies, also coal mines, medical herb plants, and chemistry and granite rock composed of mica, right? So we were really showing you this because me and Brother Sean really mentioned this experience he had with weather, nature, so to speak. And then I was like, bros, isn't that that's the reference from Clock of Destiny book 2? They're like, yeah. So then we go there, we read it, and it's like, wow. Because to this day, people are still having debates about, or they're still going through their religious controversy. And that's, Prophet Noble Ali wrote a pamphlet on that. You can Google that, religious controversy. And also with just this 15 years of unfavorable conditions, and when he speaks on the science of astrology and the 12 signs of the zodiac as everybody's law for them to cooperate with the works of nature, chapter 10 of the Circle 7 Holy Quran, you can read that chapter and then read this in regards of you need no mystic gods, to get the benefit of nature, right? Because then it's like seeing the same context in two different books, but it being, let's say, applied in a different manner, like a brain blast. You're graduating now, so to speak. You're not being confined to mysteries. Like, why is it warm outside today? Well, is Saturn in the southern hemisphere, according to the astrological map? Yes or no? And then, you will have some sort of clarity. So Saturn is, in Aquarius, though he's in the southern hemisphere, right? So the northern hemisphere and their conditions, you can just, this position of Saturn results in falling weather, cold winters, floods, and chilly springs and summers in the northern hemisphere until 1965. But this is in 1965. However, history, or the planets do cycle and cycle. So here we are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Boom. All right, I think I got that out, right? Just, guys already know I'm just doing a little editing on the fly. I still got to go back and do our different tags and stuff of that nature. But I'm going to share this to the group also and on our Instagram so that that's there too. All right, I think I did it. Let's see, am I still catching up here? I think I'm still catching up. All right, I think that's it. I think I may have caught up a little bit, maybe. All right. So with that being said, guys, what I'm going to do here now is make sure. All right, here comes Diesel. Hey, Buck. Good. Sit down. You close the door. How you open it? Yes. All right, guys. So what we're going to do is I know, right? He's just sitting here. What's good, man? You gonna go eat or you gonna sit here? So you wanna sit your butt? All right, I gotta close the door. I just gotta close the door. All right. So with that being said, guys, let me share now our from here, right? Open up our calendar, right? And come back here and screen share. So, guys. Wow, I just saw what Brother Corey put in the chat. I agree, Brother Corey. I didn't even read it all the way, but I caught a gist of it, saying that the land conveyance rate is like calling on the latent powers between the Prophet Noble Drowley and Charles Mosley Bay. I think that is real. Wow. That's interesting too, because me and my beloved mother, Mistress Con, just speaking about getting another set. That is very, very interesting. So let me go and share the content here. And gratitude indeed, Brother Terrell, for reading the 15 years of unfavorable weather conditions. Again, that's from Charles Mosley Bay's Clock of Destiny, book 2. All righty, page 40, that is, right? Is it 40 or 35? It's 40,
30,
right?
39 to 40, yeah.
Okay, got you. 39 to 40. Cool. Share the screen here. Start that broadcast. And guys, we like I said, we would like to welcome you all. It's very interesting how that's just there. You know how notifications come down on your phone and then go away? It's literally still there on my phone. I think that's very interesting. It did not move yet. I promise you, I can take a screenshot of it and I'll send it to the bros. Like, yo, it's still there. It just now moved. That is amazing. Y'all see that? Just talking to the bros right now, y'all. I'm just making sure my bros can see what just happened there. Yo, it is still there, y'all. Yo, what is happening, bros? What is happening? Okay, I'm gonna let it go. I'm not gonna seem like I'm tripping. All right. So here we go. This is our 7-day Jaguar Medical Astro Weather Report calendar, the 7 Heel Star Astro calendar from March Aries 2022 to February Pisces 2023. Right. So I guess I'm going to have another calendar made very soon, right? And just knock these things out. Make sure I just move those emojis in the dates for the new solar ingresses accordingly. Time never was when man was not. We are quoting El-Hajj Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali doing religious corporate activity via affidavit, being Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And guys, we're looking at the moon cycle that pertains to the air sign Aquarius, the water bearer, pouring out that knowledge, right? Anciently ruled by Saturn and contemporarily co-ruling Aquarius is Uranus. And this is the same moon cycle, according to the Gregorian calendar, as it's termed, right? Also in this moon cycle is the water sign Pisces, the fishies, right? The fish, all right? Because more than one fish is just kind of like still like fish, all right? However, anciently ruled by Jupiter and contemporarily co-ruling with Jupiter is Neptune, all right? So with that being said, guys, we are here, right? Looking at the strong, because you know we don't say weak, we're looking at the strong pertaining to the 16th February 2023 and the 22nd February 2023. So between the 16th to the 22nd. And guys, you already know, starting it off for Thursday, because our beloved brother had closed us out on Wednesday last cycle. The 16th is being started with our beloved brother Terrell Tamari Bay with those two transits there, right? You have a solar Saturnian conjunction and a lunar Jupiterian quartile there. For the 17th, it is I, Brother Hassan Ghazi Obey, for those 5 transits there, and I have a void of course moon that is taking place just right there, even though I know it's showing where the Pisces is right here, right on the next calendar. I'll make sure that they're there. You know, it should be like right here. You see where the sun is ingressing Pisces for when Brother Sean goes in there, right? However, I have the 17th for those 5 transits that are there. Then Brother Sean, right, takes on the lunar ingress first for Saturday, the 18th, February 2023, after I have that moon void of course. And it's going to be a moon void of course for about 1 hour. And I think we said 16 minutes, correct? So hour and 16-minute void of course moon. So guys, you know, just have things sit in the cart. Don't hit checkout if you're doing some online things. However, if you know your chart and you know that, you know, that's affecting you differently, it's cool. However, collectively speaking, moon void of course is buyer's remorse. So with that being said, make no transactions for an hour and 16 minutes between 23:18 and 00 hours and 34. All right, Brother Sean has those 4 testimonies there for 2 ingresses, as you can see, a lunar ingress into Aquarius and a solar ingress into Pisces. And he also has a lunar Jupiterian sextile and a lunar Mercurial conjunction. And still, Brother Sean is there on the 19th. He's going to be giving his testimony for those 4 transits and 1 lunar ingress there into Pisces after a 2-hour and 56-minute void course, after Luna makes its final transit and aspect to Saturn via its conjunction. Then on the 20th, right, on Monday, guys, when we're going to our Intuition Monday, right, with Brother Sean L, right, actually spearheading that with the Intuition Monday, we will clearly see that with that there on the Intuition Monday, there's the solar lunar conjunction also. Quite a few conjunctions we're seeing here, right? Solar lunar conjunction. And then he has an ingress. Aries ingresses, pardon me, Venus ingresses Aries, or Aries actually welcomes Venus's ingress. So, you know, some people will say, oh, well, Venus is debilitated there. However, I just look at it that people are going to be really valuing themselves and their ideals and having some ideal perspectives pertaining to their possessions, right? So this would be some ideal reflections going on there, right? So, and you guys will also see just a few hours after that solar lunar conjunction, we will be live doing the Intuition Monday. On the 21st, it is, oh, pardon me, that's Monday. I have Monday, actually. That's me going in on there, right? So I have Monday for the solar lunar conjunction and Venus. Tuesday, actually, is Brother Terrell Tamari Bay. With those 5 testimonies there, he's ending off with a void of course moon. I think that void of course moon only lasts for about an hour and 9 minutes. And then Brother Sean will close us on out for Wednesday, beginning with that lunar ingress into Aries, right? And then look, there's another conjunction. Quite a few conjunctions going on, man. Quite a few, right? It's at least, let's see, it's 2 on the 22nd, 1 on the 21st, a conjunction with Luna and the Sun on the 20th. Luna and Saturn's conjunct on the 19th, right? Going back to the 18th, wow, Luna and Mercury, Luna and Pluto on the 17th, and then Luna, Sol and Saturn on the 16th. Quite a few conjunctions there, quite a being with type energies, ultimately, right? Interesting, it's doing it. So with that being said, you all, let's really get into our diverse testimonies right now. I'm going to screen share over here. See, you see it, right? You see it? I know you see it. No, you see, it's like my projector's having macular degeneration or something, right? Look at that. No, macular degeneration is not a joke, but yeah. Back to doing some work. That's a screwdriver. That's me taking it apart and changing out parts and stuff. Okay.
MacGyver.
Yeah. Morguyver. That's
MacGyver.
Okay, so you're hilarious, bro. All right, so let me go and do my screen shareth on over here. Let me grab my pen tablet. And let's get started, guys. We're going to knock this out. I know I'm kind of going to have the flash testimony vibe. And I'm going to give Brother Terrell the remote control. All right. There we go, computer. Way to do your thing. Do your thing. Do your thing. And let's hit share. So we're sharing the screen there, right? That. Right. Close this one doc here. All right, doc, you're closed. Remote control to my bro. All right. All right, Brother Terrell. There you go. All righty, guys. We are finna get started with this right here.
Oh yeah, it's on me, right? Yeah. Okay, it's on.
Yes.
All right. So we're looking at the 16th of February. Yes. 1442. Moore's calendar year 1443, and about a month and 4 days. 3 days. Oops. this is this just you should go back to the last weather report and what really happened, you know, Tuesday, Monday, Wednesday, you know. And now it's like, you know, for this Thursday, it's like this moment of like reform, because I know that's what we were saying. Or like we just read from Collector Destiny Book 2, like connecting back to nature is possibly like the realization, you know. It's just the astronomy and the astrology is really like emphasized, and it's making more sense now. So now, you know, the study of it and the desire to comprehend it is, you know, wanted. So, you know, study. You know, attend to what makes you feel good. Bliss specifically. Attend to bliss. Right. Moving on, we're gonna move on to the first aspect, and that is just
Islam. You still there, bro? Or did he freeze? Did he freeze just now, brother Sean? Oh no, I see him over there.
You hear me? Can you hear me? Good? Am I good?
Yeah, you're good now. You're moving on my iPad now. It's fine.
Yeah, Sun's gonna conjunct Saturn. So it's like I said from last year, because I had Wednesday. And I think it was sextile Sun. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, something pertaining to the elders or something that you found out. So whatever it is that you discovered, so to speak, this is like the emphasis or the desire to thrive for it, so to speak. So Sun and Saturn in the 10th house, like, yeah, 10th house is like the sense of just like look at it as the sense of honor. The Sun loves to be in the 10th house, so it's like it's very highly distinguished here. It's very favorable, exalted, so to speak. However, it is an Aquarius sign that it doesn't like to be in, so to speak. However, that's giving you that quality to like recognize what's actually valuable versus, you know, the things that just fades away with, you know, the wind, so to speak. So this Sun conjunct Saturn is that sense of like clarity, you know, being fearless, you know, that liberation quality, so to speak, because it's like a self-discovery. So it's like Sun, you know, bringing that vitalization or that sense of that spark of life. And then Saturn is the sense of discipline and structure. So now that recognizing how those two things, you know, basically correlate with one another, how they need each other. So seeing where that needs to be emphasized. Okay, so it's being in the 10th house. So it's like, how and in what way am I displaying myself to the public or to the people at large? It's like the question of am I standing on my square or am I capitulating, so to speak? And now it's like, okay, so whichever one you're on, whichever side you're on, there's gonna be a little, you know, upliftment. So if like you're on the opposite side of like capitulating, you'll probably be in most situations that you don't want to be in, right? So then you'll have to basically speak up and assert yourself. And then if you're on the other side, it's like you can basically relate to people or, you know, the ones that you love more effectively, and it's not like unnecessary quarrels and so things like that. So really just here, it's like basically just focus on yourself. However, the sense of unity is, you know, emphasized. So meditate, maybe do yoga, and just really stretch your mind in regards of like challenging yourself. Just because you don't know something at this moment in time doesn't mean it's not that you don't know it. It's just like you just have to take the time to remember it. Basically, that's really it. So yeah, that's pretty much that energy. Into the astrology, sense of inspiration. It's like, what's the JP Morgan quote?
Millionaires don't use astrologers, or millionaires do not basically go to I'm paraphrasing. Millionaires don't utilize astrologers. Billionaires do.
Right. Yeah, that's this aspect. Like, oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's so then moving on, the moon's going to square Jupiter. So then it's like that's that. because Jupiter will be, the gurus, the Brahmins, the ones who's teaching us of these things that seem otherworldly, or the sages. So Jupiter being in Aries, and wow, of course, it's in the 9th house. Moon's in the 6th, right? So now, these philosophies, just like I said, it's not like we're really being told anything. It's just it's not that we're that we don't know anything. It's just the process to remember it, or the will, or the intent, or the action it takes to connect to it, so to speak, or recognize it, is basically the separation. Like, do you have the interest to actually figure out these things that you innately have embedded in you, or would you rather just say, well, you can't do it because right? So Jupiter being in Aries, it's going to want to do things sort of, I need to figure it out now. However, the moon being in Capricorn at this moment, it's basically telling you to slow down and be steady and actually process and comprehend what it is you're reading, instead of just reading it. Like, instead of it's like, I read it, I read the book, but I still don't know what the first house is. So you didn't read it. You read it, but you didn't comprehend it. So that's just really that, this is the sense of emotional clarity, right? Because Moon's being ruled by Saturn. Saturn is in the 8th house. So it's like now connecting to, like, again, the innate abilities that are just naturally there. However, the doubt of the ability, or it's like it's scary. I don't know how to do that, or it's the devil stuff. Like, all of that false reality stuff is just basically being reconciled with truth and reality. So now again, what was it? All knowledge that the world has ever received comes from the mind. That quote, Swami Vivekananda, is like, okay, so now again, the mind is the creator of your reality. So how are you creating a reality? And all of these things. So these are these dialogues, or these conversations that may be being had with your, close relatives, close friends, pertaining to principles, so to speak, or religious background. Being Jupiter, one of you may be a Christian and the other is a Buddhist, and the other one is a Mohammedan. And as we just said, all of those are like, you need none of those to get the benefits of nature. However, believe what you want to believe. However, to know that you don't need to be a part of any of those to get the benefits of nature, it's tough. There's nothing wrong with doing those things either, though. So, find that balance between like spiritual liberation, or like just being in a dogmatic system because you want to be a part of the cool kids, literally the cool goats, cool baby goats. Yeah. So really just listen, and pay attention to your intuitive impulses, so to speak. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, the moon's in the 6th house, so it's like, what's the real wealth? And that's health. Duh. So cliche and corny, but it's so true. Literally, because if you're not healthy, you can't walk on your own. You need someone to assist you. That kind of sucks. Or, if you can't hear or see, that's tough sometimes. Just sometimes. But yeah, just really take care of yourself, and always, and not just one way. Don't be a one-trick pony. It's all about you.
Yeah, Islam, add to your wisdom, like Jupiter's final dispositor for all of that, man. It's funny how Jupiter's in highs, which means it's having like really excellent conditions, even though the essential dignities, according to the Dorothean perspective, as far as essential dignities, it's peregrine. right? It has a -5 paragon as if it's like, okay, there's no dignity there for it at all, right? However, though it's in highs, it's literally there with Neptune and Venus, which all are doing great in Pisces. Jupiter's in Aries and Chiron sharing in on it, right? Jupiter does great in the ninth. However, with Luna ruling the ascendant, Jupiter's still final dispositor. I think that speaks volumes, bro. Even to all the things you said, it's just like, man, it's like a stamp and seal on everything you said. Like,
yeah, what was that?
Really,
When you just said that, it made me think about Bhagavad Gita. Remember when we were yeah, like people are really just seeing the beauty in religious texts, like, and how it may have been misinterpreted, or because some people can't read, or they don't need, or they just what's an example, like what is it? What's Job when it talks about the Pleiades and Orion?
38, 32. Job,
but people don't
32.
know that that's actual constellations.
Yeah. Yeah, when it speaks, especially it speaks on, I think, Octophylax, it speaks on Arcturus, which also like the Big Bear or something like that. Yeah, but it is Job 38, 32, and it speaks on Octophylax, and I think it's speaking on Arcturus. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Like, it's like that moment. It's like this moment, just that moment. It's like the Bible doesn't talk about astrology. It's like, oh yeah.
No, it definitely does.
Let me show you something here. Like, look, and then we go outside, and then at the moment, oh, we can't. Oh yeah, look, we would look east. We look a little bit east, and we would see them.
Yeah, I even think when people think it's like in the story, in the anthropomorphic story of baby Jesus being found by the three wise men by some star, when we really study, it's like, that's why I even said, like, sometimes I think the sun, if according to that story, I think what it is, and doing, some of the research that we've done, that's a great conjunction of all of the so-called planets after the sun that we're seeing, of course, minus the moon, of course. I mean, minus the earth, of course, because the earth is just in between the sun and these planets that's being seen, even though, Mercury and Venus are still basically interiorly perceived. However, that's why I think the sun was even Libra or Virgo or Libra, I mean, because if that's a great conjunction all happening in Aries, right? As far as when the three wise men followed a star, that wasn't a star, that was just the brightness of all the planets in a great conjunction, and the sun's light is being reflected from that, which makes it look like a really great, beautiful star. It wasn't a great, beautiful star. That's an interpretation of the great conjunction happening in Aries. However, how the fuck ever? That's why I think the sun was either in Virgo or Libra. So when people are like, oh, because I really don't get into the anthropomorphic, scrappings of this is when, Jesus was really born. We know that that's all anthropomorphism. The times nor the beings in the Bible didn't freaking exist as it's written, even though those manifest on the planet at different times in our existence. I trust I made sense when I said that just now. The book that you're reading is just like an account pertaining to energies, pertaining to your consciousness, which means that different energies described within the Bible can manifest on earth, but those particular beings specifically that are anthropomorphized, anthropomorphically written about, is not what actually happened on earth, even though there are beings here that have those energies, and beings that have existed prior, and beings to come that are to have those energies that are written in that post-dated check called the Bible, or any other law book, which is the holy book, and the holy book, which is the law book. So that's what I'm thinking. Like that was a great conjunction in Aries, and to be able to see that light, it means that those celestial bodies are reflecting the sun's light. That's why I'm thinking, like, man, the sun, if they want to really go oh, well, it was animals in the nativity scene. And how come it wasn't snowing if Christmas is 25th of December in the Northern Hemisphere? Because it was the end of summer, beginning of fall, beginning of autumn, let me say that, in my perspective. That's how I see it, man. You know what I mean? Seriously. However, I yield, bro. I yield.
I yield to you, bro.
Islam. So yeah, I got the 17th. I have 5 testimonies here for the 17th, right? And so we have of course, we're going to start out with the solar ascendant conjunction that we term sunrise, right? Which is taking place approximately 0700 hours evenly, just 25 seconds after 0700 hours. And it's taking place there, of course, at 28 degrees, 33 minutes. So now the sun is just past the astrological area, right? Even though Saturn is still there transiting the astrological area, pertaining to Aquarius, which is between 22 degrees and 28 degrees. However, what I see here, to be specific, is a means for the creativity and pouring out knowledge, be really on people's mindset. I think people are going to actually realize that a lot of things that are being said, especially by beings that are termed Moorish Americans, what a lot of people are going to realize, I think this is what's happening. People are going to realize the angst and challenge that they have expressed for Moorish Americans and the knowledge that Moors share. They're no longer going to look at it like, oh, this is this group of people that believe like this in this small little pocket of people. I think that's over. I think what's actually happening, and this sunrise is really showing that the people are really going to seriously expand on their status, find the beauty in it, and look to really institute themselves creatively with the knowledge that they've learned on the internet, because people are starting to really see more beings quote references that have been shared by sincere Moors over these last few years, and if not decades, half a century to a century, actually. Right. And so I think a lot of people are going to actually realize, like, whole time I thought I was speaking adversely to and about Moorish Americans. I'm starting to realize that might be my answer. And now I have to not be offended if someone says I told you so. like that's
I'm sorry for doubting the more.
Oh shit.
like that's how I'm seeing it. Like, you know, I think a lot of people are going to realize, like, holy shit, these brothers were right the whole time. And it's like, it's all right. That's why we handed out apology vouchers early. That's why we told people that we accept your apology in advance. And there's going to be a lot of people out there. And I see it because we see the different posts of people. Shout out to Brother Sean Lee Mel for putting out that SpongeBob post about Seven Heel Star and the Seven Heel Star copycats, right? Because we actually realized and warned people about different beings that were sent to infiltrate the progress that's happening now pertaining to that which Prophet Noble Drew Ali has shared with us. And now same beings that were in support of these Moriscos are now speaking adversely too. However, what they haven't said yet, they haven't DM'd us or, hey man, let's speak, because people pride, they're still solving the sum pertaining to their pride. And I think that's what this sunrise is also saying, because a pride is a group of lions. Leo's ruled by the sun. The 7th house is on Leo, very close to Regulus, which is now in Virgo, where the king must serve the people. It's that type energy. And it's very interesting that, you know, people are going to try to avoid the fated relationship pertaining to interacting with 7 Heel Star. And I think this is also a sunrise that speaks to people being forced to make changes. Because you were warned. And now things are going to happen that every time something happens, your mind is going to reflect on like, wow, man, those Moors really were saying that and put that out there. However, you cannot declare and proclaim your nationality with a microwave benefit mindset. You're declaring, proclaiming your nationality with the mindset that you have to take you seriously. So you have to take nationality and birthright seriously. With that, I yield the floor. 55 minutes after midnight is the first transit I'm going to go for here, which is about 6 hours and 5 minutes before sunrise. We have and it's interesting because this is happening in Aquarius of what I just talked about, right? The sunrise, and then Luna's trining Uranus, which co-rules Aquarius in assistance to Saturn. So Luna trine Uranus is really just a harmony with sharing with the people. So people are finding the harmony in things that are being shared, either electronically, on the internet, things that are the sudden changes and innovations pertaining to people's subconscious mind. All right. And we see Luna is clearly here, right, at 15 degrees Capricorn. All right, 13 minutes. All right. And now we know Luna does better in Cancer. Uranus does better, right? Uranus does better in Scorpio. So even if we looked at it in terms of, okay, well, they're both in places where, you know, in modern astrology, even though Scorpio has no exalted planets in ancient astrology, in modern astrology, moderners give exaltation to Uranus in Scorpio. And it makes sense, actually. You know, doesn't mean that it's actually right or wrong. It just makes sense, scientifically speaking. So if Uranus is somewhere reflective of its exaltation and Luna is somewhere reflected of his dominance, it really just says that when it comes to foreign affairs and not necessarily being favored when sharing information, what is going to happen is the values pertaining to that which is shared and poured out to the people, the service and seeing how the people are being served, there's going to be harmony there. For example, shout out to you, Mother. You know who you are. You know, we give free access to Prophet Noble Drew Ali University, right? Even though we give them free access that way, which gives, you know, the people, moon, structure, right? And value, second house, right? So the structure is Capricorn. However, there's a harmony a certain way to the sudden changes in how they're being served, right? With those values, to the point where, you know, it said, hey, you know, my son wants access, you know, to this, right? You're gonna stay out too, Diesel. Such an entitled little puppy. It was said like, hey, you know, accessing the videos or the audio is an issue. Now in my head, I'm thinking it's free, you know. So with that being said, what I really see here, there's going to be a harmony in the people really looking for the technological value or the technological know-how inside of them to fix and or cater to their electronic needs. Like, for example, I said, like, how my projector seems like it's going through its own macular degeneration, so to speak. So therefore, in going to the internals of an electronic and really finding the values in oneself, now I'll be able to serve you know, myself and being like my own geek squad, so to speak, right? So I think that's what this lunar trine Uranus, and again, it's happening in partile degrees, 15 degrees, 13 minutes. Luna's in Capricorn, Uranus is in Taurus. Luna's in the second house, Uranus is in the sixth. So it's going to make sure that what the people are doing is really finding the essentials necessary in order to value the harmony with the electronics that they can, with the electronics and the information poured out to them as a service freely, so that they'll be able to get the nutrition psychologically, emotionally, spiritually, from that which is being shared with them. You just may have to find a different device to be able to consume that nutrition. With that, I yield the floor at about 15. It's interesting how at 15:16 after this transit with these planets at 15:13. However, at 1500 hours and 16 minutes approximately, there's a sextile with Luna and Neptune, right? So we see Luna is here in the 6th house still, some more 6th house energy again, because I just had Uranus here in the 6th. So Luna's here in Capricorn still in the 6th house, right? And we see Neptune here, right? Within the 9th house. So already, guys, when it comes to serving yourself at home with some things that may seem foreign to you. You may read some books published that you're not fully comprehending. However, there's some real transformative, there's a transformative service that has been there all the time. I just think that people are going to now recognize it and allow their subconscious mind to be secure, alrighty, with settling into making sure that they're instituting the values necessary to kind of rid themselves of the wounds and heal themselves expansively with that which they're learning from other books and publishings that they're allowing themselves to receive. Especially when it comes to relating that communication, I think a lot of people are going to be ordering a lot of books. You know, it's one thing to sit there and think you can learn from YouTube University and TikTok memes and stuff like that. However, you're really not going to get the joy out of studying until you put a good old fashioned book in your hand and a pen or pencil and piece of paper to take notes and write down some things that you're thinking about, because that's how you'll really be able to download that which it is that you need for full comprehension, along with also putting your feet to the earth. Oh, but it's cold. Find days in a short amount of time to just be sincere about what it is that you're doing when you can go and ground briefly and sun gaze and do some breathing so that you can be able to expand the knowledge further within yourself so that you'll be able to travel abroad without even moving. You can be home and yet still travel far by allowing your mind to really roll over and ruminate on those publishings that are shared so that you can be able to make the transformations necessary, even though all of the post-Martian planets are void of course. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto are all void of course. So when it comes to you making your transformations, you being able to be who you are and why you are and what's your purpose and how you look to really discipline yourself and expand yourself, none of that is aspecting anything. So you must go within and realize the internal ashram that ye are, which is you within the body, and really allow yourself to listen to that small, still voice. Because a lot of you are getting the answers to questions that you have. You're just used to an outward experience. And those post-Martian planets are forcing you to make changes. With that, I yield the floor. Next, we have a Luna Venusian sextile. Look at these sextiles. Sextile to Neptune, sextile to Venus, sextile to Jupiter would be Mercury, though, However, Luna is making its sextile to Venus here. And so Luna's there having accidental dignity in the 4th, right? While Venus is there in the 6th. So we're really allowing ourselves to really institute the fated relationships that we must find value in. More of the theme of force to make change is your everyday work and your everyday environment that you're used to. You're actually going to see that all the running away type energy that you were seeking to do, the whole time that you had the feeling to run away, you were to actually run toward that which you were to run away, that you thought you were to run away.
Bro.
Yes.
Gracious, bro. My God.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is like bullseye.
Yeah, that subconscious transformation is not a game, man. Like, I think a lot of people are going to realize that what they try to set up for themselves outside of what Prophet Noble Drew Ali has brought for the entire people, because Prophet Noble Drew Ali is a universal prophet, guys. We're not sitting here being like, people with the karaoke machine shouting out Bible verses outside. That's not what We're not doing, and God said here that we're not doing that. And they're not knocking you guys that do. However, we comprehend why it's unnecessary. And what we're doing and what we bring you guys is the actual connections that are needed for you to sincerely comprehend and get out of your belief way of thinking. Belief is for fools and babies. And if you're, provided you're a grown being and technically you're not a baby, even though some people will act like, well, I'm new to the information, so you got to talk to me like this because I'm just a baby in it. No, you weren't a baby when you filled out an application to make someone else rich. You weren't a baby when you didn't know you were being a fucking federal agent to go and get a driver license. You weren't a baby then. You weren't a baby when you're trying to, holler at that sister, or sister, you trying to holler at that brother. You weren't a baby then. So why, when it comes to transforming your mind and securing yourself so that you can have the opportunity to grow in the relationships that are unavoidable and institute the values that will serve you every day, why now take on the, I'm just a baby, you gotta feed me like it's milk? You don't grab that fucking plate and that fork. Grab that knife, cut it up so you don't choke. I'm a baby with a whole mouthful of teeth. You serious? All right. So with that being said, let's take a look at the fact that what's ruling this aspect, just like when I was speaking to Brother Jack, Jupiter's in control. Look at it. Jupiter's ruling both the 4th and the 6th house from the 7th, guys. So what is that? Really expanding the ideals and how you're going to relate. And you're going to have to use the wounded healing to do so. So even in your relationships, you're really, because Jupiter's even ruling the 7th house too. So it reminds me of that portion that Brother Jag just read, but right before it, it's a portion in the Clock of Destiny book 2, and it says, no way out. That's probably around page 35.
It's right before. That's 38.
Okay, page 38. No way out. The thing is, don't be scared. Embrace that which you thought you had to run away from. It's almost like having a nightmare and you're running and you realize, hold on, it's a dream. Let me turn around.
Yeah.
You are a puppy. It's like water, like that part of Waterboy. The Coach Klein had to imagine the opposing coach, had to imagine Coach Red being either a puppy or a baby. And that's how you're going to thrive here. Stop turning you into the puppy or the baby. And really look at that which you're running away from or allowing yourself to be challenged by. Let that be the puppy and the baby, and, conquer it accordingly. First with love, and then inherently with all the rest of the principles that will, inherently follow, which are truth, peace, freedom, and justice, which will always take its course. With that, I yield the floor. We have a Mercury and Jupiter sextile, right? A Mercurial Jupiterian sextile. That's a brouhaha, just an hour and about 7 minutes after what I just went over there with Luna and Venus. So with that being said, like Mercury sextile and Jupiter, just an opportunity, guys, between that which you write and that which can be published. Just to be honest with you, very 3-9 kind of energy where you're really communicating the higher learning. However, where is this taking place? Where is this growth opportunity for communicating higher learning taking place? Well, again, look, we're in the 4th house still. However, Saturn's a dispositor here, right, for the 4th house, and Jupiter's the dispositor for the 6th house. So again, 6th house energies here, right? So, however, I think the subconscious mind will transform with the communications that will secure you in a growth opportunity to be able to institute the values that will help you to expand, right? However, you're going to have to incorporate this in your everyday life, right? And so, how a lot of people will, come across this information and now they think that, like maybe 14 days ago, they was thugging and drugging. And then like tomorrow they're, sitting in front of a astrology tapestry and talking about, see, because the divine energy of the great creator. It's like, if you don't sit down, I'm just saying. If Pookie, Ray Ray, and Boom Quisha don't sit down and go study for real, 18 months on RV Bay publications at least. Start there. So you can really clean that bullshit out of you. Oh, but see, you know, because Black people got to have an economic, you know, shut up. I'm really helping you out. I and my brothers are helping you out. When I go, shut up, and you're talking about Negro Black color stuff, it's like me stopping a baby from sticking a fork in the electrical outlet. That's how I see it. Smack the fork out your hand. Now I got to find a freaking outlet cover piece of plastic to stick in there. The plastic outlet covers and stick in there. Right? Because I thought you were grown, but again, you're acting like a baby. And that should not happen when it comes to the knowledge being poured out, which Aquarius, Uranus, Saturn rules electricity. Along with astrology and the knowledge being poured out. Especially with Aquarius being the shadow of the Scorpio. And the Anticia, the Scorpio. So I think it would behoove us actually to make sure, right, to thoroughly make sure that we're not lying to ourselves and just sincerely embrace. Like I said, I see a theme. I see a theme of forced to make changes and embrace your fears. Because when you really embrace false evidence appearing real and you see it's just false evidence appearing real, it's much easier to grasp fire, earth, air, and river, which is water, which is what Brother Terrell spoke about in the beginning, nature. We're not saying be naturalized. We're saying be adept. And when someone is adept, they're an expert, and the expert is a natural without being naturalized. With that, I yield the floor. Next, I have, and this is my final one, Luna's going to be void, of course, when it's making its conjunction to Pluto. Looky, looky, Astro Cookie. Luna's making its conjunction with Pluto here at 29 degrees. This is the degree of collecting. All right, 29 degrees is the degree of collecting. This is happening at the third house. I feel like people are going to come across like a book fair or somebody throwing books out. And you're going to see like, damn, yo, it's about to rain. Who threw all these books out in this box? And then you're going to be like putting them like in your book bag if you're walking or under your arms to try to carry as many books as you can, right? Like seriously, like I really see that. Because now what you're going to do is you're going to transform your library. Interestingly, Saturn in the fourth, which, you know, does much better, right, in the 10th. However, it's there in its domus, Aquarius, because Saturn does great in Capricorn and Aquarius. So ruling from the fourth house, Saturn's going to make sure you're really secure in your heart and mind to be able to have that which you need communicated to yourself. Because these transformations are only going to take place provided you really embrace them. Not embracing the transformations and try to avoid them when you know there's no way out turns into you being forced to make changes. So Saturn under its own dispositorship in the fourth while ruling the third, guys, you'll be able to have the essentials communicated to you and you'll find yourself building your library. Guess what? Those books that you ordered may actually arrive on the 17th, actually. Go to rvbaypublications.com and order the books that you need pertaining to Prophet Noble Drew Ali and Charles Mosley Bay. 7hillstar.com, we actually have here your first astrology coloring book and the AstroCore cubes, right? That you need. So order those books also, right? You will not be disappointed. It's just you're at a point now where imaginary sky daddy works no longer. It never did, actually. You were just beaten to submission generations prior to your existence. And now you're going to have to realize that even your past, the ideals of your past, right? South Node in the in the first house conjunct the, South Node in the first house conjunct the ascendant. You're going to have to move towards those sudden changes that you must relate to. And your soul is going to evolve. So the ideals of your past have to propel you or shoot you like an arrow on a bowstring towards the values that you're gonna have to make those changes, those sudden changes, and really align yourself to get out of your ideal comfort zone so that you can be able to embrace that graceful, esoteric evolution for your soul. Luna conjunct Pluto is the subconscious mind making the transformations necessary so you can now allow yourself to really either come out of that cocoon or begin to make your cocoon accordingly, so that the butterfly effect can take place of a small blow or a small flap of a butterfly's wing creates a typhoon on the other side of the planet. In other words, allow something as small as what you thought was, oh, this brother 100 years ago called Prophet Obadrali. Oh man, how come we never heard of him? And then next thing you know, you're wearing a fez or a turban. You done declared and proclaim your nationality. You're no longer Smith, Jones, or Johnson. You're now either L or they. If you're here at the Northern Hemisphere, that is the butterfly effect. The small flap of the butterfly's wing was, well, Prophet Obadreli, I never heard of him. And the typhoon on the other side of the world that's happening is now you're Bunquisha L. Pookie and Ray Ray Bay.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just saying, that's what it is.
Islam.
The moon. Y'all know I be trying to be serious, right? But I am actually serious. I try not to, but it is funny too at the same time. You know what I mean? However, Luna is void of course for an hour and 16 minutes, right? And that will be the first aspect that our beloved brother Sean Ali Mel will go into after this sunrise that is coming. I'm gonna yield the phone. Go give me some more water, man. I gotta fill up my water, but I yield to you, brother Sean Ali L. Islam.
Well, really, man.
The Pookie and Ray Ray Bay, yo.
Yo. That's so funny.
All right, here we go. We got the sunrise, sun conjunct ascendant. Sun's at 29 degrees. So once again, we know that's about to move into Pisces next. So, you know, when you rise this degree, this day, just be a good day to reflect on just the previous month for the Aquarius season, right? Just seeing how you pour out into others and just the results and effect of that. And also just any newfound knowledge or download, right? The one has gotten or received, you know, to move into the Pisces. All right, so we're moving into the waters of pouring out into the waters of universal knowledge. So once again, I see more full circle moments coming, especially with bro. We just went in on that moon conjunct Pluto energy. So we're really able to start collecting back the mindsets of regaining lost state, which is a mind state. All right, Saturn 12, right? So yeah. Breath work. Yeah. And moving on, right? We've got Luna ingressing into Aquarius, and this occurs before the sun rays. Alrighty. Look at that. Luna ingressing Aquarius is a joy. Looky. All right, so this is some home hopes and wishes and communication. Luna in the third into Aquarius. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of talks amongst family, right? Maybe someone's just nurturing themselves after you know, getting a Debo beat down on with the truth, but now they're, you know, nurturing themselves, healing themselves back up, ready to be like Craig and grab the brick. And, you know, and now, you know, get into the truth of things, right? Scorpio is on the rise, so we look for Mars and the opposite house, right? So Yeah, it's gonna be a beautiful next 2 to 3 degrees while this Luna transit Aquarius. So yeah, the collective is gonna be just sharing lots of information, running into beings that you probably used to go to school with, or used to joke with, or used to be friends with, or finding out old ex-friends been creeping on your profiles on your social, right? And being able just to relate the information. It's like now you are able to start to see the dual-sided nature, the as above, so below of things. And now you're able to share that with your loved ones and your brothers or sisters and mothers, right? Saturn's got final dispositor and it's in the third too. All right. So yeah, folks are really gonna start coming to the astrology more than just the memes and this is a sun sign or read me the filth. Like they're gonna I don't know why like someone reading you the filth makes you feel good about yourself, but hey, whatever floats your boat. Yeah. Yeah, we'll get on to the next one. Luna Aggress Aquarius. Yeah, just a new light being shined upon one's early childhood dealings and travels. All right, so next up we have a lunar sextile guru. All right, Luna's on the 7th, so we're gonna be short and quick on this one. Right, the relating's gonna be short.
not a moon, not an Aquarius. That's delayed and steady.
Well, for me, right, it's gonna be quick.
You're
Right.
hilarious.
So yeah, Luna's at 9 degrees Aquarius, Guru, Jupiter, Hove, whatever you mystical name you'd like to use, right? Is in the 9th, so that's an accidental dignity. And Aries. Yeah, once again, opportunity to grow upon the knowledge you've been learning, or you will start to come across. And with Luna being an Aquarius, so that's the people, but it's also just like mothers, just like your mindset, your foundation, your home, right? Yeah, you're able to start relating and start having these conversations with beings, or someone will say something that'll spark your interest. And you'll be able to go do your due diligence and research, and it's going to just expand your mindset. Venus is still in Aquarius, not Aquarius, Pisces, exalted in a 9th, so it's going to be some love and energy. Once again, this is full circle, right? You're able to grow off the knowledge that you have gained and received, and now you're putting it to application, and you're also able to relate just some woundful healing and pain that you might have been through, that especially pertaining to knowledge, because you might have been doing something without full comprehension of something, so you had to go through those trials and tribulations. Now you're able to start seeing that that it was all just part of the growth, part of the journey. Yeah. So yeah, there's gonna be like a lot of value too here. With this energy, a lot of mental, right? So a lot of sword energy. But yeah, just being able to grow and expand on the knowledge. Yeah. And yeah, this is like a change of philosophy, or getting a book, or someone sending like a link to like some philosophy, like motivation, or things in that matter. And yeah, you'll be able to start seeing things clearly now. So hashtag I can see clearly now, right? That the dogma beliefs is gone. So yeah, this is like sunshiny days, right? Yeah. With this energy.
Wow.
So yeah, sun's ruling the chart, sun's in the 8th, so there is a transformation. The light is going to be shined upon things that need to go. So once again, like Brother Sam saying, you're either coming out of the cocoon or you're about to head into the cocoon. And the inheritance that you can receive won't be in forms of physical gain, but more of a mental, spiritual gain. So definitely, yeah, check that out. So moving on. Next up, we have Sol Ingress Pisces. So happy solar return to all my Pisces out there. And any mothers that's a Pisces, holler at your boy, baby. We promises, we reflect.
You're
You know what I'm saying?
hilarious.
I'm feeling like Jacquees, you know what I'm saying?
Oh
You know what
my.
I'm saying? Let me ride those waterways, right? Anyway, oh dang, sun in the 7 too.
Be
Oh,
a sincere
dang.
Moorish American,
Be sincere, yeah. Because
mother.
you ain't going, you know,
Yeah, whatever that
Miss
mother,
Yelly
she better
Miss
be well
Yelly couldn't stand
studied.
the rain. But you know, with me, you probably can't stand the sun. So yeah.
Oh my.
Because you're gonna burn
God.
under these beams if you get too close. So you know.
Oh.
Y'all
This is
hilarious.
this 7 Hill Star edition. You know, can you stand the sunbeams instead of the rain? But moving on, right? All right, so
You're hilarious.
all right, sun ruling ascendant from the 7th, which is beautiful, beautifully zodiacal. In the 7th. So yeah, for these next 30 degrees, 30 days, as you would call them. And this is from the Baltimore Corporation, right? But you can just check out, you know, wherever Pisces is, what house rules Pisces in your chart. Man, there's gonna be a lot of relating here. Folks are going to be really seeing the light. This is what I'm seeing. This is what I'm getting. So yeah, you definitely start the yoga if you haven't, you know, yoga with Brother Corey or just anyone you might know. Like one of your friends might be like, yeah, you know, I know that someone does yoga or they do like health and wellness, and now you'll be feeling more called to actually check that out, right? Also, getting your Quran, your Clock of Destinies, you know, these books. Ooh, this is beautiful because it's, you know, opportunity for a new beginning. You know, Sun's in Pisces, so we're about to close out 360 degrees, right? When Sun moves into Aries. So definitely just reviewing not only last month, but just the whole year, right? What lessons have you learned? What growth has taken place? You know, why is it important to not be a statutory person? Why is it important to get back into Constitution law, Treaty of Peace and Friendship, right? What our ancestors laid before they came over here. And not, you know, and breaking out of that the cycles and hypnosis of generational hypnosis and dogma, right? Because it's like, hey, you know, I know they've been through this, but now I can take the charge within myself and others to do right and be upright and fearless. And Saturn's right there too. So yeah, a lot of clarity is still gonna be coming in from that Kazemi, which Saturn is now the best. So yeah, a lot of things coming in. Wow. And Brother Jag, you ain't even gotta move to the next chart because like that's right next. So it's beautiful, yeah, because I think that's happening like an hour or after, right? We got Sun ingressing into Pisces, then we have the lunar Mercurian conjunction. Yeah, so moving on to that Luna Mercury conjunction now. It's wow, shout out to Brother Jag. So let me give y'all some service, right? The 6th
How
house.
close is that? Oh, yeah, it's a minute later. Yeah, it's exactly a minute later. One's at 7:34:06. And you already moved it, Jag? You already hit next on that?
Oh, I didn't even hit it, bro. I didn't even hit next, bro.
Yeah, I was just looking. I'm like, whoa, hold on. We ain't even got it. You know? So probably yeah. So that's sign of let's send it probably like 29. You can hit next, Brother Jag. I'm curious if that ascendant that is still being Leo.
It's gonna move a little bit. Not really.
Yeah, maybe 15 seconds. I mean 15 minutes. Maybe. Roughly. It was about 10.
Ooh. Too much. Too much. Too much.
We're in the future.
We're in the future.
Hey, we at the Astro New Year. I'm about to say, Brother Jay, from the last
I was right. 15
light that
minutes.
fire up under your ass.
Wow.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
15 minutes of art. It was exact when the ascendant because it was at 28:25 and I said 28:40. Yeah, Islam. All right,
so, moving on. Luna and Mercury conjunction, right, in the 6th. So this is being service to each other, right? Folks are going to be chatty, pertaining to just whatever mentally stimulates and excites them, right? So some could be like, "Oh yeah, did you see the episode of Bad Girls?" Some other could be like, "Yo, did you see what I posted? Like this quote, right?" And just those fashions. Also health too. So 6th house deals with health. I'm also getting to somebody's about to put their dogs and or their pups in training, like a little doggy camp. Right. And also just getting some new gets technology, right? Maybe someone's buying like an Apple Watch, or they're getting like a step counter, right? Just walking more, getting out in nature more, and really just communing with nature. This is like a commune with nature, commune with your mindset. So instead of like meditating at home, even just going out to your favorite park or trail and like just taking a pause and just breathing and just embracing the moment, letting go of everything else and just being in the present moment. So yeah, in a weak conjunction, that Uranus is the contrantitia of Luna and Mercury. So yeah, you're gonna be valuing. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of value in the knowledge because what was once just shoved aside or taken as a joke, folks are gonna be like, "Hey, Southern Hill Star, we want to redeem those apology vouchers," and just to all Moors and other like Albion sons and mothers that have genuinely put out information to uplift humanity. Folks are gonna start having that recollection in those moments. They're probably gonna be at home, by themselves and like, "Yo, I might have acted that way in front of everybody, but yo, I'm really seeing it now." Yeah, Sun's chart ruler from the 7th still. So yeah, really relating what you're receiving, right? Pertaining to your energy and download. And with that, I will yield the floor and we will move on into Sunday, Soul Day, Mikael. All right, so we got blah, blah, blah. We got Soul. And the 12th, right? The ascendant, look at that. Intercepted in the 6th. All right. So for this degree, for this Sunday Soul Day, yeah, Saturn and part of fortune. Wow, Luna's conjunct part of fortune. Man, somebody's mother is gonna be like, on this day, is like, "Hey, you want to meditate or do something, or bringing out some pictures or like some old family history, right?" Pertaining back to, I think that post I just posted the other day with Brother Jag when he was saying that an elder was gonna either bring like a form of inheritance or like information to one's bloodline. So yeah, this is like a full circle moment for this Pisces season, all right? Just really be able to connect to self. Yeah, this is early to just connect to yourself, right? So just do what makes you feel like you being the best that you can be, right? Getting out of that comfort zone and yeah, just expressing yourself. So moving on, we've got a lunar Uranian square occurring.
I guess I could check the chat real quick if you don't mind, Barbershop. Let's see who's in the chat real quick and give them a shout, right? This is the final aspect for the. Oh no, this is the 19th. Got you. Let's see who's all here real quick, right? Let's holler at you. All righty. Ms. Amber Chavion says chapter 10, right? Interesting. Martin Elliott says Islam, Muslims, divine peace and love. Someone who said chapter 10, that's not either L or Bay on as a YouTube account. It literally says MZ period Amber Chavion or Chavione, right? Tyrell Bay says Islam. Maya, hey, Mother Maya. Maya B says peace and greetings to all. Tyrell Bay is laughing. Martin Elliott says Islam Noble, does Great Seal have trust? I'm researching RV Bay to find out about more about trust and how it relates to Drew Ali, vast estate trust. See, the thing about trust, right? After love comes truth. We are these principles. So here's the question. Do you trust the truth? Do you trust self is really what it is. And when you are trusting the truth, Islam, there's no need for a statutory application because the 14th and 15th Amendment are not for the salvation of our people. So even though you may have heard videos where Brother Taj goes, put everything in a trust. He's absolutely correct. Not like you think, though. And when people are looking for Prophet Noble Drew Ali's trust, that is on the back of your 101 questions for Moorish Americans. I know sometimes people act like, this is what I've seen a lot of people that may have had information before us. What they'll do is, instead of enforcing the charge, in order to change people, you must change their literature, and just finding a way to really put it out there because they don't really know how to present it themselves. What happens is they'll wait till some information gets put out, let's say, for example, by Seven Hill Star, and then they'll want to start posting newspaper clippings and other articles and making scrolling videos of things when the whole time it's like, okay, if you had that information the whole time, why are you just now sharing it? Which means a lot of elders are sharing things with people that had this information before us that may not consider themselves elders. What they're doing is they are now releasing information because they're being forced to make changes. So a lot of gatekeepers can no longer keep gates. And I'm not talking about Kevin or Bill here. They're not going to be able to really keep gates. They're not going to be able to try to hide the information and things of that nature. So really, when it comes to a trust, it's not, in my mind, my thing, in my comprehension, trusting the truth is putting your trust in the fact that when you read your 101 questions for Moorish Americans and you see our authority on the back of it, everything is placed in a trust once you declare and proclaim your nationality. And when you study effectively and you know how to protect yourself based on that which Prophet Noble Drew Ali has sent to you, trust or a trust is keeping someone from encroaching upon your inalienable, unalienable birthrights. And it doesn't take a process to do that. All it takes is, do I know you? Do we have a contract? Did I swear an oath of office to do whatever the fuck you think in your head I should be doing? Do I have an autograph certified statement that says that I'm going to be using 50% of my property, i.e. time, thought energy, physical energy, to actually do what you think I should be doing in terms of your imagination, according to your thinking? That's real trust. Anything else is a corporate process. Just to respond to Martin Elliott, he says he's ultimately looking for personal guidance on creating his trust and how to avoid the corporate concepts as it relates to trust. It's funny, I didn't even read that and I just said that. Do he trust the truth? I think I just answered that without even reading it. A Moorish Divine National Movement of the World, that's what they call themselves on YouTube, says, how does a paper trust registered or filed going to protect you from a bullet? ? I yield. It's a funny question. It's a very funny question, because at the end of the day, if you're sincerely Moorish American, you're not even attracting that energy to you. Thank you, Seven Hill Star Bros. Islam says Moorish Divine and National Movement. Right. I mean, if you're sincere, that whole bullet situation, as soon as somebody goes to, try to load some type of pistol and like, I'm going to use this against this sincere Moorish American. And then they like, it goes click, 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 and doesn't go off. And then they turn, like, man, what the fuck is wrong with this gun? And they hit click, they hit the trigger again, pow, bloody brains out. That's how this works. That's that latent power pertaining to Prophet Noble Ali, which is abundant and can be called on at any time as a matter of defense. Martin Elliott says, is that IDK is I don't know, and it says Missouri, like is a capital M, capital O. Unless that's that Mo stuff. And I'm like, ugh, that Mo stuff is so horrible. The Prophet established a trust. Taj instructed, huh? I'm just saying. He said, my Moors are from Missouri. So I just
don't know Missouri. That's hilarious.
Yeah, because when I see capital M, capital O, it's like, is that the state of Missouri, the corporation? I don't know. He says, Taj instructed to establish a trust. I just spoke on that. Wow, I didn't even read this whole thing, man. And it seems like now I'm going, it's like I went into the future with my response, right? I get the concept that it's how we operate in the public. I can operate in the public. That's so military. See, by us going to the jurisprudence gem, we can really see people's language and recognize. It's that emoji that look like this, or the one that look like this, but they got the blue face with the freeze, with like the ice sickle drips on it. Because we recognize people's sincerity, what they mean, however, their words is like out of order, respectfully. Operate in the public, operate in the military, because the public is the military. That's someone who has a contract and oath of office and a autograph certified statement that says they're performing functions of public office, which is trade and commerce, according to, taxation, Article 1, Section 8. Pertaining to the federal level, pertaining to the Constitution, and all that trade or business that you think you need to do and do a paper trust and all that stuff, you're really selling yourself back into slavery without comprehension to why you're doing it, respectfully, right? I can't say, Martinelli says, I can't say that I agree, seem almost irrelevant. Okay, so maybe they're saying the same thing I'm saying, maybe. Moorish Divine National Movement in the World says, Mo is statutory. Do you, quote unquote? Hold up, man. That sounds very 20 CFR 422.104 there. Martinelli says, are you saying that trusts aren't necessary? I'm just curious that other Moors think. My studies have me at a crossroads, Islam. I trust my own thinking. My trust is my thoughts. And I can defend anything at any time. The only people that have to put things in a trust on paper according to statute are federal agents, state agents, municipal agents. Moorish Divine National Movement says, I stand on what I stated above and I'm not moving. Islam. Okay, indeed. I guess the handshaking there was Martinelli says he agree. Martinelli says Islam. Moorish Divine National Movement says Islam, and TT Bird says peace, peace, family. All righty, indeed. Okay, so I just wanted to read that real quick, brother Sean. I yield the floor, bro. I know that gave you enough time to just kind of see what we see. And brother R says Islam, bros. Islam, brothers.
Islam, bro.
Islam, bro. Islam. Debo.
Ergon Debo. That's my rhymes, punk. Go ahead, I yield.
Islam. So, yeah, back to, it's funny, that's, we literally just went on that for this transit, for this Luna, Uranus square, right? Luna's in the 3rd, Uranus is in the 6th. So, yeah, it's like, beings come across information and it's gonna conflict with what they thought, right? Or what they thought was to be true, but what's stimulating, what's valuable from it is that find the truth so that now you can correct what you thought was right. So yeah, because that Luna's in the 3rd, it's all mental. So yeah, taking some short travels, a little short travels, just hopping your conveyance and cruising around in that fashion, right? Uranus in the 6th. Yeah. So it's like embrace the truth and not what you want the truth to be. And not fascinate being in a fascination and denial about the wisdom, about the information. Truth is stern and never changes. So actually getting the whole truth and doing your due diligence and research and realizing your past life gifts and what your strengths and weaknesses are, so that now you can put that foundation into not only your Job, but a foundation to lay something for the future for everyone. Wow. That oh my goodness. Yeah, because you're gonna come across beings like Seven Hill Star, those that speak in a form or fashion that's going to give you the information that you need and give you the clarity that you need that you might not be clear within yourself. And these are just the fated relations to help you move past the fascinations and denials of things. So that now with this Saturn and Venus is the final dispositors, right? So Saturn's in Aquarius, Venus still in Pisces. Where you at, baby? Right there, boom, in the 4th. So yeah, your beings are really gonna be able to start coming out of the shells and avalanches of lies. Not only with just how the family was brought up, but just foreign affairs as well. And it'd just be best to accept that and be able to close and end that cycle, right? Because that was that whole lunar Plutonian was able to transform yourself, your beliefs, and your status after letting go of what you thought status and everything else was. And with that, I'll yield. Next up, we got a lunar Martian trine. Mars should be out of that 7. Right. Nope. Dag nabbit. All right, so yeah, we just relating today. Yeah. All right, so Luna is now trine Mars. So this is now harmony between our emotions and our actions. Because once you get your mind right, when you talk about young Jeezy here, but you're able to now move forward, right? And be able to be harmonious and just your actions and what you do.
Not young Jeezy. I'm gonna add to your wisdom. It's definitely a Tupac day that day. Because remember, Tupac's North Node, if I'm not mistaken, is at 15 degrees Aquarius, which is the angel point. And then, if I'm not mistaken, Tupac's a Gemini. Mercury's about to hit that point too. So I think a lot of people pay attention to social media. Not just because I'm saying something right now on YouTube. A lot of Tupac about to come up in the next, within the next 7 to 10 days. A lot of Tupac. Watch what I say.
Right, and now that you say that, the song that popped in my head was give me one moment. I got my mind made up. That song. # make your mind up, right? Now that you got your mind made up, what are you gonna do, right? With it, right? So it's that, I can see like a Tupac mind made up, Heavy D, Now We Found Love, What We Gonna Do mashup. Right? Because now that you got your mind made up, now you're finding the principles becoming clear to yourself: love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, so that now you can be clear, right? Are you clear? Since we're clear, now you can move forward in what you're doing, right? Or what you would like to do. So you can shed off that skin of just fear and misconfusion, and now you're able to be clear and move along. Right, Mercury's there too. And the 3rd, along with Saturn and the Sun. Yeah. I get it now. That's what folks are gonna say. I get it now, or it makes sense. With that energy, and Scorpio's on the rise too again, with Mars in the 7th again. So yeah, you're gonna be reflecting on some things that if you haven't been, but now it's gonna become clear on what you need to do and how you need to move. And with that, I'll yield. We'll move on next into the Venusian Pluto sextile. All right, so Venus is definitely in void of course, right? She's about to enter Aries, which it'll be debilitated, right? But anyways, however, Venus is in the 11th, Pluto's in the 8th, so that's some accidental diggity there, right? 8 and 11, yeah. Yeah, this is definitely inheritance here. Venus is in the 11th. We got Guru and Chiron there as well. And North Node is there too. What you looky? Jam-packed 11th house. Yeah, Pluto's definitely transforming everything. Just how we'll be viewing, like I said, that our inheritance that we should be receiving that we're already coming here with. Just how we view sex, right? So definitely beings will be looking to not just give their energy out freely to satisfy a lower nature animal sense, right? Like using that to boost oneself. If you got into the whole tantrist part, right? And what is that? That one book we was reading, Perfected Man. What's that book, bro? With the
Perfect
perfected man
matrimony.
part. Yeah, there we go.
The perfect matrimony.
The perfect matrimony. This is this aspect too. With that, because Jupiter is definitely expanding how one views not only sex, but just life in general. Like, once again, get your astrology. Who am I? What's my purpose? How can I relate and be love to others? How can I be Jesus, justice to myself and other? How can I be that? And now, breaking away from the dogmatic sense and taking those anthropomorphic stories, those personified stories, and realizing that you are all those characters. And now you're able to move forward and just being able to do better because now you're starting to know better. Because being is going to realize that, me trying to ignore doing better is not working out for me. So, the Caliph, hear you calling out for him, but you're not trying to invoke of what you're calling upon. Oh, wow. 7-Eleven. Anyways, Gemini's on the rise. Mercury is ruling that from the 9th. So once again, this is meditating upon the information that you're getting or, just reflecting. Like even, sometimes for me, example, when I read some things, right, I'll kind of just like to lay and be still and let that information come to me, play those images in my mind. Right. 20 degrees. Yeah, this is beautiful. I'm just able to really let go. If you're really and truly ready to let go. And let go of what no longer serving you so that now you can build upon this new information. And with that, I will yield. Next up, we have a lunar Saturnian conjunction.
Interesting too with that also there, bro, how right after that Venus will be void of course, right after making this last aspect to Pluto, it'll technically be void of course. And I predict, because you know what I've noticed every time a planet is like, and it's not just the moon, because sometimes it happens with the moon, but any other celestial body, when they're changing signs, it's always a major storm. So I think on February 19th, it's going to be like heavy rain pour. And I haven't looked ahead like, oh, on the 19th, I'm not watching a weather channel or anything like that. I just really think it's going to be a heavy rain pour here. I yield, bro.
Islam.
Islam.
All right, so we got Luna and Saturn up next. This will probably occurring, looks maybe the 8th, maybe. Maybe Brother Jag gets to laugh again if it's the 7th. But I'm gonna go 8th. I'm gonna go 8th. Oh yes, cool, clear 5th. Let's get it. All right, so Luna conjunct Saturn in the 5th house. Looky. So yeah, we're gonna be valuing the information, right? Because as I was referencing earlier about all this new information that we're getting as we grow from just our early upbringing, from the home, early childhood, and all those things, we'll now be able to have a sense of value. It's like, okay, they didn't know, they didn't understand, they did what they could, right? But now I see this, and this is an opportunity for me to walk my own path. This is definitely energy, walking your own path, and be able to be the discipline and structure that you need for yourself and what fits you now and what feels right for you. And be able to be creative about it. So definitely getting those children books for the babies. And you even though you could be like, I see somebody getting like a children's book and reading it for the babies, but they're gonna have their own revelation, their own unveiling to themselves. Something's gonna click within their mind, and then it's just gonna lead them down a rabbit hole in their own mind to uplift themselves out of their abysmal crypt or sunken place, right? So getting out of the sunken place within one's own mind. Venus, once again, ruling ascendant, she's in the 6th. So yeah, definitely taking that health serious, right? Like I said, even just starting to incorporate like fruits and veggies, right, into their daily eating. Neptune's there as well. Yeah, this is be able to be ready to put the action, right? Because you visualize all the steps and everything you need to do. Now you're able to start putting that into an actual motion. Yeah. Is Luna void of course for this? No, I got that Pluto aspect next. Maybe.
Forgive me, I didn't know I turned one of my speakers on. I'm like, why am I hearing two different things? But I'm good now. I'm good now.
So what was that void of course for that day? Yeah, 2 hours 56 minutes. Make sure I'm on right. Yeah, void of course.
Said 2 hours and 56 minutes.
56 minutes.
You already did the Luna conjunct Saturn.
All right, that's the next one. All right, so yeah, Luna be void of course after this lunar. Yep, void of course after this aspect right here. So no major purchases. Just hold out, right? For those 2 hours, 56 minutes. All right, so moving along, next up, we have Luna ingress Pisces. And the 4th house, would you looky, some accidental dignity there. And she's a mutual reception with Saturn by face. Moy. Yeah, this is definitely that rise up in the morning and I'm like, I think I'm gonna lay back down for a little bit. And I would also say, yeah, during this transit to really be recording your dreams and just thoughts, revelations, just all those matters. Possibly something like buying some fish, maybe even an aquarium for their home. Or just some new books here, some new spiritual texts. And you know, if you're not wanting to get the actual physical, hey, you know, a PDF is cool as well. All right, and we know I think yeah, brother Sign's about to have that new moon in Pisces. Yeah. So definitely it's about to be an uplifting thing. Holy shit, it's almost 1:30. All right, so this is beautiful. Yeah. Luna ingress Pisces for the next 2 to 3 degrees. And the 4th for near the Baltimore Corporation. But you can also check out where you have Pisces in your chart. And just able to start nurturing yourself with truth. All right. Instead of hurting yourself with lies, nurture and uplift yourself with the truth. Teach the babies too. All right. Pay it forward for them, pave the way for them. All right, Mars is in the 8th, ruling the chart. So yeah. Yeah, give the two sides of everything. Give your babies the dual nature side of things so that they can be clear in their thinking and be able to see what one way is and as they would say, you know, the other side of the fence. And with that, oh, you at the forum, rest up too. I know rest up or just, you know, really tune into your imagination and creative side. With that, I'll yield the floor to Living Master, right?
You're hilarious, bro. Islam. So for the 20th of February 2023, I see the days are getting longer here. Sunrise is at 0600 hours, 56 minutes, and 27 seconds. Happening at about, or actually at the solar ascendant conjunction is 1 degree Pisces, 34 minutes. Very interesting to actually see. That's actually in a reflection with Regulus, right? Coming off of exact 180-degree reflection with Regulus, the sun there. Very interesting to see that with actually the part of spirit conjunct Fomalhaut. Looky, Astro cookie, right? So with that being said, even with the, you know, we're really just watching the South, right? In other words, we're taking a look to see, especially from the Northern Hemisphere, you know, even some people out there that may, you know, misspeak and say they flipped the maps. The maps weren't flipped. It's like, how are you looking at it? Are you looking at the map from a Southern Hemisphere perspective where looking north would have north at the top of the compass? Or are you looking at it from the Northern Hemisphere and you're from the Northern Hemisphere, you're looking where south would be at the top of the compass, all right? Because the direction that you're looking in is where does the sun appear to arc from your perspective on the planet? The maps were never flipped. The only thing that was flipped was your mind. Flipped away from your ancient foremothers and forefathers' mindset, period. So with this here, what we're going to be able to see is that we can really institute and be very secure. It's very funny too, because with this conjunction here, right? Because this is going to happen right after the new moon takes place. And it's interesting because the moon and the part of spirit are conjunct Fomalhaut. I think we really need to pay attention to that. It is not a game. All righty. What is Fomalhaut? It's the watcher of the South, right? It's one of the royal stars out of the 4 fixed royal stars, The 4 royal stars are Aldebaran. So anytime you guys see me do a bullseye and say hashtag Aldebaran, because that's the bull's eye for the constellation Taurus. It's Aldebaran in Taurus. In the constellation Leo, Regulus. In the constellation Scorpio, Antares or Antares, depends on how you pronounce it. And in the constellation, actually, Fomalhaut is technically in Pisces. It's not necessarily in the constellation Aquarius, if I'm not mistaken. Even though it's aligned with the constellation Aquarius. So Fomalhaut supposedly is a fortunate and powerful, yet a sublime malevolence that fluctuates between the material and spiritual expressions. If rising, which it is, I want y'all to pay attention to this. If rising, according to Cardan, great learning and an immortal name. Interestingly, if someone's made manifest on this day around this time, that's the qualities that they have. And they will be remembered. Collectively speaking, what's actually happening here, what will have an immortal calling, is how your subconscious mind and your ego will allow your health and your standing to be instituted in a way that will be very fortunate in the changes that you make. So you make the right decisions pertaining to your mindset, pertaining to your nutritional values, but will also be able to see the divine immortal is your own sight within yourself. You will be able to see these things. And you'll also be able to really comprehend how much and how far you will be able to go in life. Some people want to recognize that they're going to be here for at least 215 years in this body. Some people won't actually make it to what we're meant. I think we're meant, believe it or not. You don't have to. I still think at 100 or 200 years old, you're still a youth. Because your bodies are actually designed, provided you are in harmony with nature, to be at least 1,000 years old. 1,000-year experience. Don't believe anything I say. Challenge it. Do your own research. I just really think that the body can last to a good 1,000 years, honestly. So with that being said, make sure you guys recognize that with this sunrise here, it's a really great time to really focus on yourself. Do not play with the material and the spiritual, because some of us, shout out to the beloved mother Oracle. I remember when she read my palms and was like, you're doing a lot of work in the physical, and I'm not impressed really that much, Hassan. However, I'm even more impressed at how much more work you're doing in the spirit. And that's why I don't play. We like to joke, we like to have fun. However, I know my mission here on this planet this time. And what I'm going to continue to do is share this information accordingly, like I do every lifetime I return. It's just that this lifetime was one of the many times that I volunteered to come back and assist. And so to even be doing this transit here for this sunrise and recognizing the conjunction to Fomalhaut, part of Spirit, and Luna, right after the new moon, I think you all are going to really see that your minds and bodies are to be, as they say in those certain quote unquote Christian theological gems, raptured. This has been the rapture for the last couple of years, if not the last few decades. You're really going to feel its effects come the 20th. February 2023. Pay attention to your surroundings. Pay attention to what your ears pick up on. Pay attention to what your eyes witness. And you will see that this isn't about jumping on a fad and wrapping wires around crystals because you think it's cool. No, anyone wrapping copper wire and round crystals, 9 times out of 10, they are only really exercising the fact that their insight and intuition is really expanding to the point because they're already born masters, which technically we all are. It's just some of us are further along the path than others. And those that are far along the path and taking themselves seriously, taking their nationality and birthright seriously, the universe is conspiring. And that's what this really says to me, this sunrise. The universe is unleashing the benefits pertaining to conspiring in your favor due to your sincerity. And with that, I yield the floor. Prior to this sunrise, we have a solar lunar conjunction termed the new moon happened about 6 minutes after 0200 hours. It said 0200 hours, 5 minutes and 38 seconds to be exact. And it's happening within the 3rd house at Pisces at 1 degree, 22 minutes. Right before it reaches Saddle-Melech, which is the brightest star in the constellation Aquarius, Alpha Aquarii, has the nature of Saturn and Mercury. Persecution, sudden destruction, and the death penalty if afflicted is what you see here. Under the rulership of Saturn, still in the 3rd with. And Neptune is in there also. So what's really going to happen even at this point in time, guys, what you can do is really be thankful that you're not suffering, quote unquote, the death penalty in the sense where you've done something to harm someone and now you're dealing with some federal institution, because it's only for federal employees, not just the common people. However, some federal institution doing lethal injection or gas chamber or electric chairing you. However, it will be a bit of a death penalty for those that do not honor their ancient foremothers and forefathers. And it may not come in the stopping of your physical life. It will come in the form of you recognizing that all that you thought you had going in your favor, being Negro, Black, colored, Latino, Hispanic, Native American, Indian, nature is going to reject you. I'm not a doom and gloom astrologer at all. I'm just really seeing that there's going to be some essential disciplines instituted for those that do not have their subconscious mind and heart in harmony with the locale, which is nature itself. Make those sudden changes necessary, because again, I still see the theme forced to make changes happening, and you will see those that I spoke about previously in the sunrise that are raptured. You will see them walking on the same streets that you're walking on. However, you will be far removed from mindsets and probably not be able to interact due to the fact that those that are sincere and in harmony with nature will move forward and thriving on this earth plane, for they are in harmony with honoring their ancient foremothers and forefathers, so that their day is along upon the earth land. Anyone got any questions, comments, and or suggestions on that one before I move forward? Because that's how I really see this new moon. Any questions, comments, and or suggestions?
Beautiful delineation, bro.
Islam, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate my brothers, seriously, because I know we put our life on the line to do this, what we're doing. And I'm just really seeing that some of these transits, it's not a game. However, we're not doom and gloom astrologers. I'm going to let you know the seriousness, though. So those of you that are out there that thinking you're going to keep using your institutions to harm the common people that don't have a contract, oath of office, or an autograph certified statement, outside of them actually causing physical harm to someone, creating a corpus delicti. Man, it's a sad day for you. All of you in uniform, all of you that are barristers, a part of bar associations, all of you that are judges that are currently still a part of a bar association or formerly. It's not a good day for you guys. It's really not going to be a good year for you all. And it's not because of what I say. It has everything to do with you being out of harmony with nature. Some of you will go to start your land conveyance. You think you're on your way to work, and you're going to get into a horrible accident. You're going to see a lot of people beginning to quit police forces. This is third house. A lot of people are going to quit. It's going to seem like, oh, there's this whole bunch of cadets coming in. It's not going to be pretty. The building you'll train in, the roof will collapse. That's the picture I just had maybe about 10 seconds ago. Pay attention to the news. I'm not trying to, let me woo you with predictions. I can't even help what's coming to my mind right now. I can just see it so clearly. You guys will see policy enforcers in pursuit of certain beings that aren't really causing any harm. But they will have to quit because they will have a malfunction in their pursuit. And what's going to have to happen, though, is the people are now going to have to police themselves effectively and competently. Because if not, then the children will terrorize you in your local communities. Are you ready to take your place amongst the affairs of men? Or do you guys still want to operate on belief and be forced to make changes? I'm not the bearer of bad news. I'm only confirming the prophecy which Prophet Noble Drali have brought. A great and awful day is here. Make your mind up, make your decision, and then deal with the outcome accordingly. I trust that ye choose to be on the side that we on in uplifting fallen humanity and assistance with the prophet. With that, I yield the floor. Venus ingresses Aries, right? Looky, Astro Cookie. After coming off of its void, of course, this is happening about maybe 49 minutes after this new moon. Venus is at the Aries point. Venus is doing its own Passover. And I think this will be a precursor to when the sun actually makes its Passover, passing over the equator along the ecliptic path. And what you guys will actually see here, and this is happening in the third house, guys, you're going to be able to really, really see. I yield, what'd you say?
I didn't say nothing. I yield.
Islam? You guys are going to be really able to see that the ideal values in your thinking and communication, the way that you actually possess, the way that you actually convey your thinking and your mind to your local neighborhood, the way that you position yourself in taking initiative, in valuing your own neighborhood, in valuing your siblings and your immediate loved ones. You will see that there's going to be a means. I think it'd be interesting if someone has around this time some form of family reunion, so to speak, or people are going to allow their loved ones to come together. I know, I get it. This is a Monday. But there's an energy that's going to be discussed where the heads of the families are going to find a means to really institute some value for their loved ones to come together. And I think it's going to be a group of like elder siblings that are really going to speak to make sure that certain outcomes take place. So make sure that you're really allowing yourself to relate the ideals that are necessary so that the communication and the thinking can be instituted in a way that your behavior will not lead you to excessive policing of yourselves and or others or by others. All right. With that, I'm going to yield the floor to my beloved brother in whom I'm well pleased, Terrell Tamari Bay. I'm just going to set this here. Right. Are there any questions, comments, and or suggestions? Let me go and check the chat real quick and see what we have before Brother Terrell goes in on that there, right? Brother R says Althea K. Welsh will be receiving my notice of intent to sue for not investigating my bar grievance today. Pardon the delay, bro. I'm on it. No worries, bro. It's nothing. Martin Elliott says, thanks, good brother. Concepts corrected Islam. Indeed, Martin Elliott. Mother Sahar says, peaceful greetings to everyone. And she also mentions cause and effect, right? TT Bird says, phew. That is actually hilarious. All righty. And we yield the floor to our beloved brother in whom we're well pleased, Brother Terrell Tamari Bay, Islam.
All right, Islam.
Did I do that correctly? Did I not hit the 21st? Hold on. I thought I hit the button.
Islam, yeah, we are on the 21st of February. Yes.
I did hit it, but I forgot that my transits were prior to the sunrise. So it just went back to the sunrise that I did. There we go, bro. Now we're on point. I yield.
Got you. So we see the sun at 2 degrees Pisces, right? 2 degrees Pisces, 35 minutes. All right. So yeah, like we really were just saying, this is the sense of accountability and charisma, ambition, to take that initiation or that take the initiative to really, like we were saying, be yourself. Because without that, actuality or that being of yourself, you're basically like a puppet. So this new moon, fresh off the new moon, is giving you that actualization and that clarity of like how things may have been misconstrued, or we may have been clinging on to things that probably weren't good for us, or our processes or our concepts on certain things were a little bit off. So now our ambition to correct those mistakes, like Brother Hassan was saying, seeing the thing with like forced to make changes. And if that's the case, it's like, it's like declaring, I know what I need to do, right? So it's pretty much that energy fresh off the new moon. So, listen to yourself, trust your intuition. So the first aspect we got for the 21st is the moon's going to sextile Uranus. That's before sunrise. So I would really just recommend to astronomically observe the astrology, because you could see something, within you can see the difference between the astronomy and astrology based on degrees differences, or using your observation, using the observational astrology versus what you may see on the wheel. And that moment alone will bring some sort of like initiation or clarity, right? So the moon's in the 4th and Uranus is in the 6th. So this can simply be from the comforts of your home, or you could be doing it with a close friend, because you got Scorpio on the rise, Mars is in Gemini in the 7th. So it's like maybe you're doing it with your friend who is the astrologer, or who's like actually literate in observing the stars in the sky and identifying who's who, so to speak. But if it's not that, this could just be a great time for like musical endeavors. Really just meditating and like listening to yourself, listening to your intuition, or going to like a lake or a river and just being next to the water and just listening, not even, listening to nature sounds and what comes to you as you listen. Yeah, that's pretty much that energy. We're gonna move on to who's gonna square Mars. So Moon's gonna square Mars. That's the next aspect. So with that, fresh off of the sextile, Uranus, it gives you that, like, being open to something different, so to speak, something very unusual. So that could be astrology, or simply just inventing something, or specifically if you're getting into gardening lately, or planting seeds, having that sort of trial and error sort of experience, because you may have did your first pepper or whatever, and it died or whatever, or your first flower or whatever, and it failed, and that's fine. The trial and error is going to keep you on your path. So this is pretty much that energy. You can see the Mars is still in the 7th, and Moon's in the 3rd. Right. So yeah, this is like the good time to basically communicate about those, let's just say, philosophical processes, or the things that may have been, that seems like otherworldly. And like, what do people say? Like, let's go down the rabbit hole. Brother Hassan said the other day, don't we live there? Like,
Basically.
We basically live in the rabbit hole. It's like, finding that unity in imagination. Yeah, I was basically saying that last time. So it's like recognizing how the abstract forms of reality needs to be like comprehended for practical means of things to be done. You know what I mean? So like the abstract and practical is like unified here, so to speak. So this could be an argument. However, the argument can be reconciled with sincerity, so to speak, or things being communicated effectively. Yeah. So definitely yield to like listening effectively, and not being so don't respond too quickly, so to speak. Moon being in Pisces, be feeling away very emotionally, and then Mars being in Gemini, like you could possibly hear something the wrong way, and then something could go left, possibly, with your mother, or even with something that you write, or something that you hear on the television, or something that you philosophically study. You may recognize that you misprocess that thought. So it's like using the Bible again, like ye are gods, like prior to the moment when you knew that you didn't need to cling to any sort of school of thought to get the benefit of nature. So it's like, whoa, so everybody's a god, something like that in regards of that, something different and unique. Then the moon is going to conjunct Neptune. So this is like, where's it at? Where's it happening? That's great. In the 9th. Moon's ruling the chart. In the 9th. Jupiter is in the 10th. Yeah. This is like, it's like I said, I think I said this last cycle, like we're cross-referencing the holy text, or reading, like I have the Bible and the Quran and the Bhagavad Gita. Someone else has the Rig Veda, the Quran, and one of the Puranas. You know what I mean? Like we're connecting all of the different holy texts and seeing how they are all, just unified in a sense. But that Jupiter basically having its Jupiter ruling the 9th. You could be connected to somebody from your from school, like Brother Sean was mentioning earlier. It could be a childhood friend who's actually like they're like this scholar now, or this like astrologer possibly, or occultist. They could be into tarot, and it's just like you're able to cross reference or like go through your different processes of tarot or astrology. Like let's just say you use the whole signs, and they use Placidus, or they use Regiomontanus, and you use whole signs. Just seeing how the similarities, but using different things, can be utilized and like amplified for the sense of unity, so to speak. So Moon conjunct Neptune is finding a beauty and unity within differences, though. You know what I mean? Because Neptune, is very, otherworldly. It's not trying to be confined or put into some sort of box. However, it being the moon there, it's like the collective people, most people kind of deal with this certain thing. So what do we, let's just say astrology. And they know their sun sign. However, what sign is ruling their ninth house? That question probably, I don't know, So it's just certain things like that. It's like being able to see the intensity or the differences in how things may be processed or like really comprehend. Like if you comprehend it, or if you actually don't comprehend it, that's basically that recognition there.
We don't promote drinking or smoking. However, I will say it's just quite the happy hour. Moon, Neptune, Venus, Jupiter, and Chiron are all in the ninth.
I can see that. Indeed. Yeah, because like instead of indulging in that, you can just be studying.
Mm-hmm.
Then moving on, Mercury's going to square Uranus, right? So he's in 6. Uranus is in the 9th. Yeah, we're still dealing with philosophy and the things that we process in our mind and how we deal with it. And like, so it's like, you already know it. Sun's ruling the chart. Sun's in the 7th. So how we're relating and who we're relating with, it's basically like smacking us in the face. It's like let's just say let's say if somebody got into a relationship with someone because their parents got them together, type deal.
Wow.
There's a slight change in that whole approach because it's not pure, so to speak. Or if it is, that it's good, because now it's like you're able to, you guys are able to go to a next level in life and basically help each other. However, if that's not the case, there's a sense of change in who we're relating with and why. Because if it's like, okay, so if you want somebody who knows about where's Mars in your chart? He says, you do astrology, you're crazy. I don't want to talk to you. It's like, okay. So the man doesn't deal with the women because she's in astrology, and the woman doesn't want to talk to him because he's not into astrology. Right? So
bro, that's, how we have like sunrise, where the sun in the ascendant is conjunct, like partile. There's a partile conjunction between Saturn and the descendant, bro. Like it's rare. Maybe I may have seen it once before in a previous, but man, that yo, wow.
It's after midnight.
Is wow, bro.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Sean?
It's after midnight.
Islam. It's a sense of like you said earlier, bro. You mentioned something about not being able to run away from the things that are meant for you. Like, so it's like, so Mercury in the 6th. It's like let's just say it was a letter. No. let's just say, this makes me think of like when you only say something to one person, you only said this one thing to one person. They only know that from you, but then they heard it from someone else. You know what I mean? It's like how would you know that if you don't know, so on and so forth. This is like that kind of moment, because it's like, I only heard that from blah, 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 blah. And then it's like, do you know blah? And it's like, no, that's just the moment of like the universe showing you basically what Brother Hassan was saying, like what you ran away from and why. And it was here to teach you a lesson, which would be Mercury in the 6th, to basically formulate, to keep you to keep you away from basically being cruel to yourself and whoever you may relate with. And then Uranus in the 9th, that may be like earth shattering, or it might shatter your whole reality, because it may be something you were clinging to, or it may be certain thoughts that you were clinging to that were definitely not reality, however you wanted them to be. Yeah, so tough. So it's now, it's a reconfiguration with how we're dealing with things. So moving on, Moon's going to sextile Pluto. So right, this is it. It's like, okay, so now we've recognized our thought process and how that works, right? And now we're taking the initiative to change that, right? So the Moon in Pisces, right? Sextile Pluto in the 3rd, right? Yeah, so still going back to the mind. Interestingly enough, 3rd house. Excuse me, 3rd house. It's being ruled by Saturn. Saturn is in the 4th. And Jupiter is ruling the 5th. Jupiter is in the 5th. So this could be like the child again, like, the child being the actual elder, being the one bestowing the wisdom for you, or helping you comprehend, how you may need to change your thought process. So it's like, what they used to say, like, be who you wanted to be when you were growing up, so to speak. So that thought process is being amplified through how you may be communicating with, your close relatives right now, or maybe your elders, because your elder may be telling you about, what's the word? Sustaining something, or some longevity, so to speak. Like, just speaking on relationships go through trials and errors, or trials and tribulations. Things aren't always smooth sailing. So, that recognition with, or that clarity coming from an elder is gonna, like Brother Hassan was saying earlier, could take you back, like, damn. So maybe I walked away from something that was actually good for me. And it's like, and it's not, it doesn't have to just be a relationship. It could be astrology. It can be you working out every day, or you checking up on your close buddy that more than likely needed to be checked up on, something like that. It's just how you're really dealing with who you deal with, because we got Mars ruling the chart. Mars ruling the ascendant. Scorpio in the ascendant, and Mars is in Gemini. So we're talking about who we're relating with, close relatives, sister, brother, in-laws, a little bit, something like that. A little bit. It's in the 8th. Oh, it's in the 7th. Oh, it's in the 8th. It's in the 8th. Yeah, so, what may be inherited from, close brothers, could bring a whole new approach to how we even relate with ourselves and our brothers specifically. Like the brother
that
we
is
thought.
spot on, bro. Go ahead. I yield though.
Yeah,
Man. Because I'm looking at the fact that Saturn and Jupiter are in the 9th harmonic, just off by 2 degrees, and they have the highest dignity in this transit. So yeah, that's spot on, bro. Yeah. Spot on. Because the 9th harmonic deals with, am I going to be in a matrimonial obligation? Yes. And you're talking about the brother-in-law. Like that is, yo. Yeah, bro. Yeah, that's spot on.
Yeah, that's, could be a land conveyance. But yeah, I yield with that. And right too, right with this moon squaring, sextile Pluto, right. Whatever you're feeling, write it. what do they call that, bro? What is it? Automatic writing? Is that the proper term?
I guess it would be, if you feel and you put it down on paper. Yeah, I guess so. We could call it that. And Luna's void of course here too, bro.
Yeah, what's that? Hour and 9?
Yeah.
It's hour and 9 minutes. So, hold on to your resources.
Hold on to your resources, baby.
Very prudently. Be wise. It's only an hour, 9 minutes. However, see how that aspects your chart, as we always say, see what house that is transiting in your natal chart specifically to get further clarity. Yeah, bro. It's just long.
So I'm Brother Sean. I'm gonna go use the Moor's room.
It's long, bro.
It's wow.
Are you really getting your Leo on right now? Is that what you texted the chat?
Yeah, bro. I thought we was gonna be done, bro.
You are amazing. It's long, bro.
Bro, could you
I got you.
take that 60 to 0?
Got you. I got
you. I will be delineating by faith, not by sight.
It's long. They know not how to honor by faith. Islam.
I ain't got started yet, so we'll get through this thing.
Islam. You breeze through it. Got you. I think we good. I think I got you. Okay.
Yeah, we good.
Oh, damn.
All right. Oh, there we go. We already know Sun conjunct the ascendant, right? Sunrise, Sun and Pisces. I would definitely say for these 30 degrees days, to really just practice your breath work and embrace the unknown. Embrace what's uncomfortable and what's comfort. Making this distinction between the two. Right there, passage. So yeah, and just what Bro was saying, that automatic writing. I know there's another term for it, I just can't think of it.
Yeah, I know it is another term for it. Yeah, Islam.
It's like right there on the tip of my tongue. But yeah, just really embrace life, enjoy nature and just everything with it. And being responsible when it comes to certain things that could be not great for the health. But just making a balance, because we already know, things are going to do what they want to do, whether they know it's healthy or not healthy. But just being responsible and not irresponsible, like overindulging in whatever fashion. Right. So moving on, we're going to get into Moon conjunct Venus. This is occurring before sunrise. Nice. It's probably like in that 12th house energy. Like I don't know. This is a second.
Wow. That's crazy.
Man, woo. Don't blow your money, right? Don't blow your energy and finances. Yeah, because like Aries energy is like leadership, but it's in a value. So I mean, we all know we have to transact for things, but as long as we're spending on what's valuable, right? Probably get like somebody about to get a gym membership too. Gym membership. Let's see, that's in there too. Yeah, just spending on things what's valuable and just reassessing what's valuable to you. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm about to just go through these little testimonies real quick. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, and we're about to hit Saturn. So yeah, Saturn's definitely making sure that that if you spend it, you're definitely gonna feel that later. Yeah, Luna's not void, but it's definitely buyer's remorse if you're not spending on things that will benefit.
Islam.
Right? Because Neptune's there too, and it's like, not wanting to be conformed to a box or imagine it, but Saturn's like, yo, come back to reality. So yeah. Yeah, this is like getting like somebody like take like a trip since that unfavorable weather. So yeah, definitely just transacting to things that are helpful, right? Like protein for those that work out, or new shoes for hiking, things that will benefit you longer than an instant buy. Moving on, next up we got Luna conjunct Jupiter. Interesting. What's going on in the 8th? Virgo on the rise, Mercury in the 6th again. All right, so Luna conjunct Jupiter in the 8th. This is just more of embracing that feminine side of the knowledge and things. Because your subconscious is expanding. All right. So drink some water. If you don't drink enough water, if you got a question, have I drunk enough water today? You haven't drunk enough, right? Venus is there too. Yeah, this is like group, right? This is like group training, group working out. That I'm getting to Mercury in the 6th. Yeah, this is health. This is health and friends. So, doing that friend checkup, checking on someone or giving one some game that, that you feel like they're probably ready for now. They might not have been ready a while ago. Sign under the descendant too. Yeah.
I skipped the Mercury trine Mars, bro, so we can just go back when you're done. I yell. My fault, bro.
Indeed. Oh, it's all good, bro. All right. Yeah. Definitely friend health checkup, wellness, mental, physical, all that. Right. Yeah. This is what going on at 10. Yeah. So Saturnian degree too. Once again, this is all about Saturn, yo. It's really realizing why certain restrictions were put in place, why certain things didn't work out, and be able to just be a pioneer in yourself. I yield.
You go to the Mercury trine Mars real fast, and then that's done.
All right. So Mercury trine Mars. Oh, would you look in the 7th again, huh? All right, universe is giving me that guidum today, right? All right, Mercury in the 7th, Mars in the 11th. So we got Aquarius and Gemini. Once again, this is mental harmony. So, and Mars being ruled by Venus, Mercury by Saturn again. This is 5 houses. So, like Brother Jag was saying earlier about like reflecting on like past friendships, relationships, and all those different things. They're really harmony. Like you'll be able to finally have that mental peace, and also have that peace in your actions if you're adjusting and according properly. Like being able to let go. It's like, okay, yeah, this happened for that reason. Great. I learned, I moved on. Uranus up, nope, in the 10th. The spirit's there, so yeah. There's like some career changes too. I know where the sign was going in serious, like, yo, those whole police cadets, folks are gonna start seeing like if they're part of the problem, and they're not gonna want to.
Yeah,
Mercury's in Aquarius, it's like, yeah.
I'm just asking you wisdom. Reminiscing with siblings or fraternal orders actually like going through an audit almost like, oh man, we need to really check this so we don't do this anymore type energy. Go ahead, I yield.
Yeah, because you know, Moon's in Aries, but Mercury in Aquarius is very like technology, humanitarian, humanitarian work, and yeah, folks, it's on the people's minds already, and folks are like, tired of it in a sense, but Mercury in Aquarius is like shining that light on contracts, like on why we say what we do, and why we continue to do what we do, like regardless if people get it or not. It's like it's still going to move on. It's still going to happen. It's best to be on the right side instead of the wrong side. And Sun's ruling a chart in the 8th. So yeah, that's dealing with others' resources, but are those who are over our resources, and are they genuinely and accordingly handling that properly? And with that, I'll yield. What we got next, bro?
Oh, that was it. He
that was it, bro.
Because the last one was the Luna Jupiter conjunction. I'm just saying with this one right here, it's so funny too, because Chiron is nearly midpointing this trine.
Let me see. Ooh, right. And the 10th. Yeah, so there's a lot of healing. That it's like, like a head rush. It's like, oh wow, like that's beautiful. That's what I gotta say.
The Chiron's in the 9th, nearly midpointing that trine.
At 13 degrees, 33 minutes. So 133. Yeah, like, if you're really able to, like I said, listen and just breathe when I say be still, you'll be able to hear that universal knowledge. Or just even getting connected with ancestors, healing ancestral wounds. This is that energy too, Mercury trine Mars. Healing ancestral wounds, like being able to do what they weren't able to do in past lives and generations and times. And be able to like break those chains, as they would say, and heal those cords and energy. So that now, once again, probably know majority. We are ancient foremothers. We're our ancient forefathers. Yeah. Today in a doubt with no contradiction, and I yield on that. What's up, bro?
It's long. It's long, man. Like that was excellent. It's mega powerful. All right. Guys, go to sevenhillstar.com, right? Make sure you join our email list. Look out for that email. It's gonna be scheduled for tomorrow. That's what I'll probably do. Like once we stop this, I'm just gonna go straight to knock that out. TT Bird says, "What's so funny about the 6th house? Just curious." Because she's obviously catching on how
it's the house of overcoming. That's what it's the house of overcome.
But how you and Brother Sean go back and forth about the 6th and the 7th house. Right?
Or not.
What you do is go ahead. What'd you say, bro?
So it's the house of overcome or not. So.
Indeed. When it comes to that question that you're asking, Tamara, right? Y'all see the last question in the chat from what she's asking?
What is it? What she said?
Can someone please paraphrase UCC 1-308? You crying. We can get real civicsy here. I don't mind doing it. Let me actually bring it up. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, paraphrase.
Let's see what we're going to look up. So I'm just going to bring it up. Straight up. All right. Let me go. I'm just looking for a page to utilize. Are you aware of what the NC? Let me just do this first. NCCUSL. Let's do that first. Wow. I'm going to show you guys my Google search results. Right? You guys have to do your own due diligence and make sure you go and check these things, so your concepts are being corrected. Who wants to just read right there? Who wants to read the first result? I yield. Read the first result, because you saw what I typed in, right? You saw what I typed in, right?
First result, Uniform Law Commission?
Say that again.
Uniform Law.
Uniform Law Commission. Read that little snippet there.
The Uniform Law Commission, ULC, also known as the National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Laws, established in
USL. Go ahead,
established in 1892.
You want me to click on it? Should we go further? Let's go further. Do we know what this is? Do we know what they really are?
The Uniform Law Commission, ULC, also known as the National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Laws, established in 1892, provides states with non-partisan, well-conceived, and well-drafted legislation that brings clarity and stability in critical areas of state statutory law.
This here is a lie. Let me see if I can. Oh, you're acting like a little sissy. Hold on. Done. Let's go here. Right? See where it says well-conceived and well-drafted legislation? It was not proposed by the General Assembly, because the Uniform Law Commission is a group of barristers, bar members, British accredited registry bar rats, liar holes, that said, hey guys, let's have a voluntary group that will sit here and draft things that the states, the state of corporations can adopt, because they're not enacted into legislation. They have been adopted and they're utilized to railroad the people so that it can be in contradistinction to the common law. The Uniform Law Commission are those that only want to create well-conceived, well-drafted writings that abrogate the Constitution. See how it keeps moving on its own? I'm not even moving it. My hands are right here. Right here. Here's my hands. And it's moving. Looky, looky, Astro Cookie. This is what I'll do, though. I'll just hold it right here. Right? And what I'll do in holding my finger right here, I want you guys to recognize that the Uniform Law Commission, who is the National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Laws, see when they were established? 400 years after Isabella and Ferdinand did their thing. You see this, right? And what they utilize and what they're doing is making sure that they can call their voluntary group of barristers. Oh, we're volunteering, just like how astrological associations do. We have different astrologers that have their own sincere practice, but they come together with an organization or a commission to try to regulate how other attorneys practice. And the only way they can do that is by injecting themselves into and infecting the state legislation. Where's Brother Aura? You still there, Brother Aura? I know. I'm like, that's not what TT Bird asked about. TT Bird said, can someone please paraphrase UCC 1-308? But you get uniform commercial codes from these people. You want me to tell you about the child, but not the mommy and daddy? Let's talk about their mommy and daddy first. Right? Can we talk about their mommy and daddy? I want y'all to pay real close attention. Can y'all see if Brother R is available to come in? I can go in on this, and I'm going to. Y'all know that when we're looking at the Uniform Law Commission, they're actually the uniform opposite of Law Commission. They want one form law. Nature doesn't even act like that. Nature doesn't even have one form law. Why does this thing keep moving like that? Look, what is this? Their website drunk? Their website can't stand still. Better laws, stronger states was better than the common law. That all general assemblies are actually exercising their authority under the federal constitution. So the General Assembly of the state is supposed to be in harmony with the federal constitution. How can you do something better? You're a Uniform Law Commission. Are you guys really seeing this? Are you guys really seeing this? I'm about to go in. We're going to have some fun with this one. Let me see. So how I'm looking at this, now when we go and analyze that there are barristers that actually came up with something called a Uniform Law Commission. So they all volunteered to come together. And they wanted the states, right? This is why there are two different types of states. You got the state republic, who's utilizing common law. It was really based in common sense. And should be very equitable, able to keep things fair. But your state of corporations, they're utilizing the Uniform Law Commission's adopted things, which is why most of this stuff, if not all of it, actually all of it, doesn't even pertain to anyone but the federal, state, and municipal agents. And really at this portion, just the state agents. Look where they are. How far are they from where Prophet Noble Drew Ali's office was on Wabash Avenue? Near the Chicago Corporation, Illinois State Republic. Do y'all see that? These people are criminals. Think about it. Think about how their model rules for professional conduct is what actually governs them. Are we clear on this? Okay, just want to make sure that we're clear on the fact that the UCC and the Landlord Tenant Act, all those things come from the National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Laws. What was wrong with the state laws before your 1892? There was things going on this planet before you. Don't we remember that we went over Guyana Shagoa just a few days ago? Did you see in the Great Law of Peace? Did you see the Uniform Law Commission? Were those chiefs members of the National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Laws? So this is a move towards warring against the Constitution. Hey, we already got some shit established. We got some things in order and established so that things are fair on this land, so that beings that are in pursuit of extracting materials from our ancestral estate to reform them into something else can be limited. And then these dumbasses get the bright idea. Let's come up with like a uniform landlord-tenant act so that the contract can be the law instead of the common law. Oh, don't believe anything I tell you. Go and research it, try to prove it wrong. And when you prove it right, make sure you comprehend it and share with your loved ones. Anything you think we've missed, share with us too. We enjoy expanding our knowledge base. I'm not reading anything. My hands are here, no books in it. I'm just telling you guys what we've already studied. So now let's get to TT Bird's question. Well, it wasn't even a question. It was more of it. Let me see. No, it was a question. Can someone please paraphrase UCC 1-103? Right? Mother Sahara and brother Derek Blash Bay says, clear. Nope, didn't see it in there. Do you guys see that every member pertaining to the ULC, who is actually the National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Laws, there should be a rope tied effectively into a noose for every one of its members. Every single last one. Because they're doing the exact opposite pertaining to enforcing the Constitution, which means they're against Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And those that were with Prophet Noble Drew Ali 2,000 years ago are with him today. Those that are against Prophet Noble Drew Ali 2,000 years ago are against him today. And a lot of them, if not most of them, are the National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Laws. You can disagree all you want. If you do, fine. Come with some evidence to prove me wrong. Good luck. Good luck. Seriously, good fucking luck with that. I'm gonna tell you, like they said, Ray Charles' mother said in that movie, scratch a lie, find a thief. I'm trying to tell you. Mm-hmm. I feel a telephony field trip coming on. There's a number there. You guys know how we do it. Hey, I was wondering, is the Uniform Law Commission unconstitutional? It seems like it's professional at making sure it violates the federal constitution by seemingly making better laws and stronger states. However, it only seems like it's used to war against the constitution, federal, state, and utilize its law commissioning to actually railroad people and to expand slavery and indentured service. Mother Sahar says, Brother Terrell and Brother Sean mentioned honoring our ancient foremothers and forefathers. Indeed. She also says 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. Yes, they're against the prophet. But got a website and everything, make them look all official, like they law abide and shit. They are enemies to nature, to peace, to the principles. And the great law of peace is the law of the country. What, do I need to go and remind you again in Article 21? Remember, we had said that a few days ago when we went over Guyana Shagoa on Friday. That if a Moor kills or wounds a Christian, or a Christian kills or wounds a Moor, then what's to take place is the law of the country. And the law of the country is the great law of peace. What better law can you create? This is Yaqub. This is just like the Yaqub experiment. See, when I was in the Nation of Islam under Emmanuel Abdullah Muhammad, the Caliph of Islam, where they still have the Muhammad Speaks newspaper, not that, you know, perm your hair with a part in it bullshit called Final Call. I'm not being mean or disrespectful. I'm just saying Louis Farrakhan is he who sleeps with pigs. That's what Farrakhan means. He who sleeps with pigs. Oh, don't talk about the divine minister. Divine minister of what? Pig shit? Just because he can take a couple of the gangsters from other places and fezzes. Yeah, Noble Drew Ali said it about time you said something. But this is your final call. Because the Muhammad Speaks is what Brother Elijah Poole Bey, doing religious corporate activity, being Elijah Muhammad, brought. He brought the Muhammad Speaks, not the final call. See the spirit of the Uniform Law Commission, like they're doing something better than was already established. Can you see that spirit? This is truth. This is an opinion. That's why I said, prove me wrong. Fuck your emotions. Bring me actual research. Because when I was in the Nation of Islam, Muhammad's Temple of Islam #1. Not no mosque. Mosque is where you go pray. Temple is where you go learn. And that's when I was 20 when I took my Kalima Shahada at Muhammad's Temple of Islam #1 on West Forest, on Garrison, at the corner of Garrison and West Forest Park, which now they knocked down all those buildings. And now it's a fucking Family Dollar. So it's almost like that part of my life doesn't exist. However, those of you that know about Supreme Oasis, which still exists, the other branch near Shakamoxon, where the Philadelphia Corporation occupies, they'll be able to tell you. Do the research. You already know I thrive on people trying to prove us wrong, knowing that you can't. However, I encourage you to do your best to do so, because you're still going to learn. You're going to sit there and learn, and then I can do this look. That's the I told you so look. However, I know man knows not, N-A-U-G-H-T, not man knows not by being told. It's not. It's man knows not by being told. Not is falsehood. So if I tell you, it's falsehood because it's hearsay. However, if you experience it yourself, then it's your experience. Are we ready to get into TT Bird Squad? I feel like I had to lay the foundation. I had to lay the sockle before we build this pyramid real quick. What's a sockle? S-O-C-L-E. Look it up. So now that we've laid the sockle, let's appropriately lay these bricks up to the chief cornerstone, or what they call a capstone. It's the chief cornerstone. You guys ready? So let's do this. Tyro Bay says, so do you use them against them or not at all? Of course you're going to use these things against these people, because what you're saying is we're not of like kind. I think Big Sean said it, Big Sean said it in a lyric, you little dumbass bitch, I ain't fucking with you. I think that's how he said it. We just have to say it in an intelligent way, in an intelligent tone. So you utilize these things against these people that are under the Uniform Law Commission adoptions. Because anything else, like I said, what you're going to see is it's going to be a war on the planet. I think I'm joking. That's why we need to be Sioux warriors first. Be really strong with that pen. Because even those that think they're doing their job, being policy enforcers, sheriffs, and other attorneys that don't comprehend what I'm even saying right now because we actually study for real, a lot of them are going to be like, hold on, I didn't know I was a part of this. Hold on. And you're going to see so many resignations go in. You know what I mean? Oh, my beloved mother, hold on, well, please. I love you, babe. Here's your charger right here. Gratitude, baby. You're amazing. What that is? Huh? Oh, like for backsplashing? Oh, towels. I thought you said tiles. Forgive me. That was my ears. My ears misheard. Okay. So here we go, right? Uniform Law Commission. These are your criminals. This is who is the foundation to robbing the people on the planet. Period. Some use the UCCs. That's not law. However, you can use the Uniform Commercial Codes as a dual-edged sword. You can use these things against people. So I know people like, well, I signed it, all rights reserved. I use UCC 1-103 and UCC 1-308. That's cool. Depends on what your mindset with it. So we're going to look those up. However, again, I needed to lay the sockle. Just real quick. So do a Moor use UCCs against them or just not at all? You could not use them at all, actually. Because you don't owe these people any allegiance in the first place. That's the whole reason I'm asking, where's my contract? Where's my oath of office? Where's my autographed certified statement that says I agree and consent to be governed this way? Anything else is someone encroaching upon your rights and your peace. Which is like, okay, do we use the pen first before we use the scimitar? That's what's going to happen. Look, I'm not inciting anything. We're for peace and not destruction. However, just like the movie, what was that movie called? Divergent. And Insurgents, remember the people were under the spell and they were like pulling the people out their homes and about to kill them because they were under this hypnosis, under this mind control. Ain't gonna be enough mind control of these ages. I'm telling you, the common people are going to just watch. Y'all know it's already videos out there of people shooting policy enforcers right above their bulletproof vests. And they're dying. I trust that we all can be peaceful. And those of you that work for these policy enforcing places, don't be mad at me. I just study and read the things that you and your fraternal orders, all you guys want to do is just drink and fuck each other. Oh, I mean, that's hearsay, right? We don't know that that's what's really happening in there. You won't catch me there, though. I'll tell you that. That's why my tassel isn't pinned down, and it never, ever, ever will be. Ain't enough drinking and boys clubbing. You're trying to be made over again when you're already freeborn Master Masons and Eastern Stars and you go into some lodge. How dare you be disrespectful? You don't even know the science. You're just doing things for the benefit of well, if I get with this crew like this, then I'm gonna have some benefits in society. Being what? An unqualified federal, state, or municipal agent that you don't know that's how you're even being utilized. Oh, but I guess since we're on YouTube and, you know, I'm nobody, because that's how I thrive. I thrive being nobody, actually. You're not gonna, you don't listen to me. That's fine. Don't listen to me. Let me tell you. those forced to make changes is gonna happen. I'm about to go into it. Mother Sahar says, oink, oink. Enchanted Nerd says, peace to call upon, because God means to call upon. Mother Sahar says that Tyro Bay, you could use it against them, of course. And he says Islam at Mother Sahar. So look, check this out. Y'all good? What's that? Oh, okay. My apologies. I'll mind my business. So let's now go into UCC 1-308. What the fuck is it? Performance or acceptance under reservation of rights. Let's actually read it, because woo, Jesus Christ, that's a long description. No, it's not. It's not long at all. A party. Hold on, there's a hyperlink. I need to click party. What does party mean? As distinguished from third party, means a person. Oh, wow. What the fuck is person? Person is an individual, corporation, business, trust, estate, trust, partnership, limited liability company, association, joint venture, government, governmental subdivision, agency or instrumentality, public corporation, or any other legal or commercial entity. So if you're not doing foreign trade or commerce, you technically don't need to use it. How do you use it as a dual-edged sword, you may ask, though? That's what we're going to get into, right? Person that has engaged in a transaction or made an agreement subject to Uniform Commercial Code. Looky, Astro Cookie. This is why really in my documents, you don't really see me doing the Uniform Commercial Code. Even if I say all rights reserved, how am I reserving my rights though? All rights reserved, retained, all rights reserved and retained allodial. All rights reserved and retained allodial is different from all rights reserved. See, just like a natural person is different from a natural person in full life. Oh, yes. When you really study, law and law dictionaries and see different patterns, you're like, damn, this word and this phrase have the same word in it. However, this phrase with this word in it has a whole different meaning. Yeah. So a natural person in full life is different from a natural person. Oh yeah, very, very different. Very, very different. So a party, which we know it has to be some corporation doing commerce, according to the Uniform Commercial Codes, that with explicit reservation of rights performs or promises performance or assents to performance in a manner demanded or offered by the other party, does not thereby prejudice the rights reserved. Such words as without prejudice, under protest, or the like are sufficient. So you don't even have to put that code. However, let's see what this is saying here. So you're Moorish American, you're not doing commerce. You're minding your own fucking business. However, someone else may think that you're doing, that's when you use it as a dual-edged sword. Hey, look, I'm gonna use this as a means of hypnosis. And then when they go and check their own codes and stuff, you point it out in their own codes, and they go, well, why did you say all rights reserved here? Well, it's all rights reserved and retained allodial, actually, which is not in your Uniform Commercial Code. Without prejudice, which means leave it alone. It can't be revisited. With recourse, which means I'll come around and keep saying it again. Zodiac Constitution, Truth A1 AA 222141. That's how we do it, because we comprehend what we're saying. Oh, well, look, they said without no. That's a whole statement there. Don't take it out of its context. And we're not saying that we're reserving our rights because we never had them before. We're saying we absolutely have them, and don't you think you can come and encroach upon them? Period. And I know before I've used examples like, you know, if you go to a restaurant and you reserve a table at a restaurant, and before it's been said, well, that's because you didn't have the table, you know, prior. So that's why you're reserving it, so you can have access to it to you and your party. First of all, that table comes from my ancestral estate. You don't know how I'm thinking. You don't know how I'm thinking. So what I'm actually saying is make sure don't nobody sit in my motherfucking tape, respectfully, in an intelligent tone. Who got more questions, comments, and or suggestions? B, subsection A does not apply to an accord and satisfaction. Okay. A party. I should let you know when they talk about Democratic Party, Republican Party, they're letting you know we're doing commerce under the Uniform Commercial Code. I'm just saying. Why don't you guys see that? If you do see it, you're awesome. Switch, you're ballin'. Ah, you're so awesome. Do we comprehend what I said here? Come on, guys. Say the view there still watching live. Do we comprehend what I've just said here? Because you don't have to say it at all. You don't have to say all rights reserved, any of that. You don't have to try to imply that you're doing commerce. However, you know that there's a illness on the planet where everybody thinks you're doing commerce. No, I'm not. Because I don't have a contract that says I'm doing commerce. I didn't take an oath to say I'm doing trade or business, which is performing functions of public office. And those functions, performance or acceptance pertaining to public office is due to the Article 1, Section 8 in the North American Republic Constitution for the United States for America, dealing with collecting taxes, imposts, excises, and duties. If you're not doing any of that, it really doesn't fucking apply to you. However, we already know they like to railroad people outside of common law with their Uniform Law Commission bullshit. Is that clear? Are we clear? Are we clear? You know, like on how is it using it like a dual-edged sword? You guys remember the movie Last Samurai? And Tom Cruise's character is like laying on the ground, and that samurai is about to kill him. And then Tom Cruise grabs the flag because the end of the flag has like a little spear on it. And then he totally impales that dude in the neck from the ground. That's how you use all rights reserved in a dual-edged sword fashion. Who's got questions? Mother Sahar says, indeed. Tyro Bay says, got it. But again, you don't have to adopt this thinking. That's how I see it. That's how I see it. Oh, well, what about Uniform Commercial Code 1-103 then? Okay, let's look at it. Glad you asked. Let's do it. UCC 1-103. And go. Are we a government? We are. We're our Moorish federal government, which we have the ultimate say-so even over the de facto government. However, you all guys already know it's some of these dumbass motherfuckers that are part of the British Accredited Registry, right? Association called the Bar Association. People that are policy enforcers, falsely called police officers. They're policy enforcers. So-called sheriffs and their deputies. Sheriffs are supposed to be constitutionally sworn in officers, but yet they're doing things against HUD. Oh, hey, well, we're going to totally ignore that there must be a due process hearing to evict someone, so we're going to enforce evictions. Watch, a lot of people going to try to force it. You can't do a forcible entry and detainer unless it is a house or an apartment already under a HUD program and there are drugs involved, according to what someone had contracted, sworn an oath, and have an autographed certified statement that they consented and agreed to be sued that way, or to be or have forcible entry and detainer utilized in that manner. If that's not there, it's going to be a lot of people trying to force detainers getting their heads blown off. Just saying. And then the more and more you and your family members know this and your neighborhoods know this, I'm telling you, there's going to be more and more people quitting these places. Watch. But then again, this is just my thinking. You don't have to adopt it. You know, I'm not uniform law commissioning you to to adopt my well thought out, well legislated bullshit. Like that's bullshit. What I'm thinking is what's in my mind. What I'm calling upon is what's inside of me, and it's not bullshit to me. What I am saying is bullshit is what they said in their Uniform Law Commission statement as far as their history is concerned. That shit is bullshit. It is not legislation at all. That's some private shit outside of common law to abrogate common law, to war against the Constitution, to act against that which Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought for us. Do you guys see that great and awful day that Prophet Noble Drew Ali prophesied about? You see it? Because I see it. Do you see it? Seriously, yeah, put a one in the chat if you see it. If you see that great and awful day, then that means we need to be utilizing thinking differently about who the fuck is on the land operating like they run some shit. And this is why you have to do these preemptive letters. This is why you study at RV Bay Publications. However, make sure you're going to exercise at the Jurisprudence Gym at Lawful Living. Start asking for concept correction sessions with 7 Hillstar. We do not ask for eleemosynary tuition. However, it is highly recommended that you give a donation for the energy that I and my brothers put out there. Knowing that I and Brother R are spearheading the studies, and my bros are always there within study also. Everybody just know that when it comes to spearheading this civics, I and Brother R are not fucking playing. Neither are my brothers either. They're just silently studying. And you don't want to fuck with them either, though. I guarantee it. One in the chat from Mother Sahar. Uniform Commercial Code, right? 1-103. Construction on Uniform Commercial Code to promote its purpose and policies. Applicability of supplemental principles of law. Yeah. Oh, well, why Moor's promoting its purpose and policies? Because it doesn't apply or pertain to Moors. Yeah, we promote that you do your shit for who the fuck it's meant for, because it's not meant for us. That's another dual-edged sword thing there. If you comprehend it that way. Look, it's not even that long. Look. Hey, the Uniform Commercial Code. Oh, hey, look, there's a hyperlink. What the fuck is the Uniform Commercial Code? What is that? Copyright 1978, 1987, 1988, 1990, 1991, 1992, 1994, 1995, 1998. That sounds like I'm doing an auction here. 2001, I got 2000, I got 2004, 2004 here. Do I have 2010? That's 2010, 2011, 2012. By the American Law Institute. That's not the Ali that we're talking about. However, that's another Ali, right? ALI, American Law Institute. And the National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Laws. So it's a collaboration. It's a collaborative effort. Reproduced, published, and distributed with the permission of the Permanent Editorial Board, PEB, for the Uniform Commercial Code for the limited purposes of study, teaching, and academic research. Sounds like an experiment. Their collection aims to show each section of the Uniform Commercial Code in the version which is most widely adopted by states, not enacted by General Assembly, adopted. Some bootleg shit. Look at the General Assembly enacting, their public acts being more like you actually getting the movie or the DVD itself. Whereas, like, the Uniform Commercial Code is like the dude that was in the camera with the movie theater. Now he's selling you a bootleg DVD. Talking about, oh, you can get 6 for 20. You can get 6 for 20. I ain't gonna belabor this. I'm gonna shorten it up in a bit. All right, so let's do this. That means, let's read the bold. That means they will not always display the most current revision if that revision has not achieved widespread adoption among American legislatures, which means the American legislatures, they said American. Ooh, they said American. Which means you Moors need to make sure that your loved ones who are the true Americans, they're just misclassified as Negro, Black, Coloreds, African Americans, Ethiopians, and some other bullshit. Stop allowing that practice to happen. This is why being preemptive is so important. Knowing this stuff and then writing letters to the heads of these people that think that they're going to force you under some performance that's only meant for those that have a contract, an oath of office, and an autographed certified statement. I mean, is this clear to everyone? Seriously, is this clear to everyone? How does the legislature anywhere have to adopt something outside of its General Assembly? That should be a clue that it's not a part of their General Assembly. It's not what they... Back to nature. That's what I'm munching on. Back to nature. Yum, yum. Right? Cashews, almonds, and pistachios. Back to nature. Just pour some back to nature in my hand. Mother Sahara says she's clear. Right? So, when I read these things that most beings are intimidated by, because they feel they don't have the comprehension to really grasp it. I see this shit real easy. It's like a comic book. I literally laugh at this shit a lot. Shout out to Mother Malika and Sonny. I'm sure they do the same fucking thing. And all our other loved ones at Lawful Living at the George Prudence Gym, which Friends-in-Law Bible Study was yesterday, and it's tomorrow. It's the next day, actually. It's on, every Tuesday and Thursday. Look what's in brackets, because it's not supposed to, it's really not there, right? And when something that's in brackets, it's a different document. Due to license restrictions, this online version of the U.C.C. does not include the official comments. They also offer the UCC as enacted by a particular state. It's never enacted. It's always, they just told you it's adopted. So they lied. That's why they got to put it in brackets. Because the truth is what's not in brackets for this particular website, for this particular portion, enacted by a particular state and proposed revisions to articles. Stop it. But this goes to show you that there are barristers that are running these so-called sheriffs, policy enforcers, judges on the state and municipal level, because they have no effect on the federal level. Why you got to be really good at suing these people. You want to really have some real economic strength? You come together and sue. We want what, like 402, 406 for a federal lawsuit? So what you do is you sue for where you can get your energy back. But you have to exchange your energy in the form of some type of Federal Reserve note or something else, right? Make sure you get your energy back. That's why you sue for nothing less than $76,000.
Drop the bomb on them.
And know the elements pertaining to your cause of action. Why are you showing them?
Here's mine.
And make sure it's fulfilling each of those elements while you're
Bro,
showing them.
pull that up for him real quick, bro. Just real quick. We can make it brief.
Like the elements of emotional distress.
Yeah, the cause of action. Just the cause of action. Just the cause of action so they can have an idea. Like you said, what are you showing for? You know what I mean? What's that?
Let's see. See if we can find causes of action. Oh, look, there are books. You guys really want to know what? I think it's like what? Pennsylvania, New York. What's the other one? Is it California? Is the other one? Right. Here's an example. Negligence. What is the cause of action for negligence? Negligence is a broad and long recognized cause of action under which an aggrieved party, the plaintiff, may recover damages if he can prove that. And you see the elements here? These are the elements. Let's see. Let's click on that. Because the elements must be, all of the elements must be met. You can't skip not one fucking element. So we're right here. The plaintiff may recover damages if he can prove that one, the defendant owed him a duty of care. So you got to write so-and-so and so-and-so owed me a duty of care. You ain't got to get complicated. Number two, so-and-so and so-and-so breached that duty by failing to act in a reasonable and careful manner. Number three, so-and-so and so-and-so, their violation of their duty of care caused me harm and damages were sustained. That's it. You cannot miss an element. You miss one element, your case is going to get thrown out. Again, shout out to Mother Malik and Sonny, Keith and Bobby, McReal, Am Woman, Champ, Sia Marielle. Who else? Tecumseh 2.0, Just Joe. All you guys, right?
Everybody.
Cindy, Tabitha. What'd you say, bro? Yeah, I already said it.
To everybody.
Yeah. Everybody. Okay, yeah. All of you guys. Brother Chi. You know what I mean? He even said, like, man, like, yo, these classes, like, everything's getting stronger for me. My comprehension is getting stronger. You know what I mean?
Islam.
Islam.
Repetition, baby.
Brother Tyro Bay says, it was fire yesterday. Yeah, it's not a game in the jurisprudence gym. Oh, it's not a game. However, from the word negligence to the word sustained, the cause of action comes before the number one, and the 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the elements that must be stated so that you can sue for that. That's just one example of a cause of action and the elements that need to be stated in short and effectively. Let's give an example. The people, the sentient beings, Moorish Americans, are the plaintiff on a federal case. We're just being hypothetical here. So let's just imagine. So we, Moorish Americans, are suing the Uniform Law Commission. Why? What are we suing them for? Well, for negligence. Right? And now we need to cover damages. So we must prove that the Uniform Law Commission, which is the National Conference of Commissioners on uniform state laws, they owed us a duty pertaining to care. Oh, they did. Because they were supposed to mind their fucking business and not include us in their bullshit. The Uniform Law Commission breached that duty by failing to act in a reasonable and careful manner. The Uniform Law Commission, right? National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Laws. Violation pertaining to their duty of care caused the heirs. What'd you say? Caused the heirs pertaining to our ancestral estate, we Moorish Americans, caused us harm.
Robotics.
You said robotics?
How good? Yeah.
They caused us harm. And the damages, you know, which is when you let these beings know that they're talking to the wrong being, you declare upon your nationality for the record, you put in your documentation to say, hey, you have no, like, first of all, my status is on the record, because what's my status? I'm Moorish American. I'm your father. Moors are the ancient foremothers and forefathers pertaining to civilization returned. And damage is sustained when they go, well, we're using our uniform commercial code to go, we don't recognize that. Great. Then leave us the fuck alone then, since you don't recognize it. That doesn't mean, oh, let's find a way to take the bodies, kidnap them, and then fuck with their minds and make them change their appellations. Every moon cycles or so. No, you declare and proclaim your nationality, you choose your appellation, stick with that. Instead of being mind fucked by beings enforcing uniform commercial codes and the Uniform Landlord Tenant Act, which is a collaboratory effort pertaining to the American Law Institute and the National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Laws. This is the root to your problem. Who disagrees? Dark Blash Bay says, I love every class, just growing completely. He be in the classes too. Tell you, once you guys get the link from me, I'm gonna tell you like I tell everybody, set the alarm clock. Whatever time zone you're in there, I'll let you know. Set your alarm clock for this time so your phone go off, your alarm go off. Like, let me log in the class so I don't miss it. It's only going to make you stronger, especially if you're Moorish American. Because then you'll absolutely get what Brother Taj means when he speaks. The things that we're doing now, we won't be doing in times to come. Are you getting it now? Your package sellers don't comprehend this. Your attorney general bays don't comprehend this. Your consular general badge having bays, they don't comprehend this. They don't, because if they did, then they would be telling you this freely, like we are. Like Malika and Sunny does. And everyone else that comes to the jurisprudence gym. We still have yet to be like 10,000 for this documentation. Hey, yo. No, there's always an eleemosynary tuition, and you will also get homework because you gave your eleemosynary tuition. But like I said, you could take about 2,500 and get everything on RV Bay, everything on Seven Hill Star, and everything on Lawful Living, and still probably have finances left over. I'm not joking. You can go to 3 different websites and get all the material for anywhere from 2,500 to 3,000, if that's how you want to look at it. Since you're out there thinking you can buy freedom papers. It's free. Okay. You and your DBA and LLC. See, you're a federal agent. Anyway. Tyro Bay says, for show. Any other questions, comments, and or suggestions? That was a good question. Mother Tamara, under the TT Bird YouTube account. Can we paraphrase? No, I ain't gonna paraphrase at all. I'm gonna take you straight to it and show you what the foundation pertaining to my mind is. What's the canvas pertaining to Brother Hassan's thinking? I just shared it with you. Enchanted Nerd goes, with the skull, I guess, because people are like, oh, I'm dead, but you can be alive in full life and laughing, right? So, with that being said, this is how we need to utilize our minds. You don't need to go to someone talking about, yeah, we Moorish Americans, but be a secured party creditor and get your DBA in the LLC. They're selling you back into slavery. They're selling you back under the Uniform Law Commission. And I'm just plainly telling you how to use it as a double-edged sword. That's why I watch these beings that's selling these packages. Because they come here, they come and stalk 7 Hillstar page because it's other people. You know how incompetent people that still learning, they still be in kumbaya mode and shit. Brother, what you think about this, brother? Or a sister be like, yeah, but what about them? You see what they say too? It seems like they got some truth to what they say too, right? And when that happens, what happens is these package sellers, these secure party creditor, debt discharging. Let me show my gold teeth ass having motherfuckers. Immediately, their gut drops like they're on a roller coaster. They're this close to shitting themselves. Why? Because the foundation pertaining to their bullshit has now fell out. Don't be mad at us. You can't Malcolm X me. Get your hand out my pocket. My hand's not in your pocket. I don't do homosexual activities. So stop inviting me to your body. Oh, but this Yusef L and this Jonah Bay, I bet you their end result is selling you back into slavery. You know,
yeah, what did Prophet Noble Ali say? He said, be careful, Morris. It will be your own trying to put you back into slavery. I'm paraphrasing.
How you know, brother, if you don't know them and you don't talk to them? I don't have to know them and talk to them. I can just observe their bottom line. And their bottom line is selling you back into slavery. And you probably sat there and bought documents. You done spent your $2,000. You wanted to talk to the consulate general, so you spent $300 for an hour on Zoom. How you feel? Especially when you're here right now, getting this freely. You get it? do you get it? Are you getting it? I want to know if you really get it. Let me know. Enchanted Nerd says, I knew our ancestors wouldn't be doing that. Yeah. However, these people is like, yeah, girl, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I'm going to sound all like I know some shit, but really, I don't know. I say I got a beach and I'm inviting you to the beach party, but still, you got to bring a bucket of sand and a bucket of water. And I make sure you learn how to be a lifeguard on my beach. Shut the fuck up. Come on over for dinner. I'm cooking. Just make sure you bring the food. Are you serious? Really? That's disturbing. That's really disturbing. Look at me. I'm a Moorish American with a type of bandana around my head with my locks hanging out past my shoulders. And look, I got a badge on my hip. I got a piece of metal on my hip, on my chest, and I wear a bulletproof vest, and I carry a firearm. And hold on. Why are there 10 brown shirts pinning me up against the guardrail? Because these people know that you're not thinking or speaking like 7 Hillstar. Mm-hmm. Like I said, I'm not going to draw out. I mean, I know what our weather report has been. However, let's do a little civics after the astrology. This is we're AstroCivics, right?
Can't separate either or.
You're not. So are you a federal agent, state agent, or municipal agent doing trade or business, which is performing functions of public office? Therefore, you have to utilize the uniform commercial codes in that fashion? Or are you someone who's not those things and you utilize, if you want to, because sometimes, you know, I'm just with the shits. That's what I said. This is be my thinking. You utilizing the uniform commercial codes to make a point like, you see, I'm not a part of that. Yeah, so why you put UCCs here if you're not a part of it? Then like, we don't recognize that. Okay, so did you agree with me then? Checkmate. Are we really comprehending this? I'm serious. Brother Mother Sahara is laughing. Brother Derek Blash Bay says, "Yep, I guess he's saying I got it. They had me until I got knocked upside the head." Laugh out loud. Indeed. Mother Sahara says, "Make sure it's white sand." Yo, make sure it's white sand, right? Mother Janelle Blash Alpies will agree to you. She says, bucket of water and bucket of sand. You're funny. I'm just saying. They're talking about, we can help you discharge debt and do all this thing and have this bottomless account access. And they're still asking you for what? PayPal's, Cash App, Federal Reserve notes. Well, you know, because I had to do the work and put it together. You ain't did nothing but remix it. Well, what is Seven Hill Star doing? Seven Hill Star has provided something that you can't even get from RV Bay Publications until 3 years after we did it. And that's not knocking Mother Ross. I'm glad she finally is starting to do astrology classes. However, Seven Hill Star is actually certified astrologers via our own free national press first, and then the international community recognizes us. Period. No other Moorish American other than Mother Rashida Bey has been a part of any major astrological association and has gotten certified. So since Mother Rashida Bey, I don't know any other Moorish American that has even really sat at her feet and do the astrology how Seven Hill Star does. Why? Because we're not charging you $1,000. You don't recognize that we're the best. We are. And I'm not bragging. I'm telling you the truth. We're the best. After Prophet Noble Drew Ali and Charles Mosley Bay. That's why we say RV Bay Publications is where you got to go to get your foundation. That's where we got ours. And then we expanded the learning by being certified, internationally certified professional astrologers. Shout out to Mother Rashida Bey for even predicting that 3.5 years in advance before I could even conceive. Because she said, Hassan, you're gonna be a part of these astrological societies and you're gonna get a scholarship. And I did. I got a full ride scholarship to a major astrological organization. And did one of the hugest conferences ever done. Why didn't I come back charging you or asking for 990 units for the mirror session? Because that's what it's worth. Me and my brothers, if we put it in terms of those units, each one of the brothers are worth at least 6 million at the least. 6 million a year. And we're doing what? We're freely sharing 4 days out of 7 so that you can have what you need. You don't know how to appreciate. You better learn how to appreciate that. And then you sit out here because you're looking for microwave results, and you go to some nearly pale skinned ginger looking dude who calls himself Don Keelam and want to show you his gold teeth he got from taking your finances and can't help you with shit. Ain't going to teach you shit. Ain't going to even tell you what it is. They just going to keep giving you documents. Then some idiots who ain't even got it on their affairs with their term and call themselves iselflawandmaster.com or .org. Y'all get stuff from them. They can't even help you get your babies back. I'm not talking shit. I'm telling the truth. Prove me wrong. Prove me that they're good at what they do. They're fucking
No, for real.
secretaries. Secretaries. And they ride 7 Hills, so I know they do. That's why they won't say shit. You don't see any bad press about us. And if you do, you guys already know it's fucking bullshit if anybody ever try to say anything. And you know how I am. I'll invite a motherfucker to Zoom and be like, speak your piece. Let's do it live in front of the whole world. And then you already know most people. What'd you say, bro?
I said it's live. It's live.
And indeed, because you know I'm like Brother Taj when it comes to this. You can't beat me here. When I get fired up here. You can't beat me here. You can't. I allow myself to grow that way and continue to grow in perpetuity. That's why most people try to speak slick around us and be like, well, see, I'm not a know-it-all. It's like some people, I can still learn. Motherfucker, I still learn too. What you're not going to do, though, is have me sitting at your feet like I don't know some shit. If I do decide to sit at your feet, it's because I'm respecting you and looking at you as an equal so that I can actually have you impart your wisdom just so I can hear. That don't mean I can't figure it out on my own, though. I tell you that. Because that's what I've been doing. That's the only reason you got so many post-2018 beings popping up. Because when they saw Brother Hassan working with Brother Taj for them 15 months straight, whoo, people got nervous as fuck. They started sending out all types of infiltration people. You got motherfuckers from the Marines talking about their rising and shit, and they're the fall of the Moriscos. Look at them now. Look at the people that used to support them now posting stuff about them against them. And when we warned you months ago, you guys said, you're bodgering them. Fuck you. We told you so, motherfucker. We saw that shit ahead of time. Why? Because we can really think and save ourselves. Fuck are you talking about? Now look at how you look. And the people that actually subscribe to you guys platforms that were supporting the fall of the Moriscos, they should not be fucking with you anymore. Technically. That's my opinion. Everybody doesn't think like Brother Hassan. Anybody disagree? Anybody disagree? Anybody? Because I'm telling the truth. I'm not talking shit. I don't clout chase. See how many fucking followers we have? That's what they call it. I'm not looking for followers. See how many subscribers we have? I'm not really looking for that. Are you going to take the information we share, try to prove it wrong, utilize it for yourself, and be allies with us? Stand with us. With stand stit. Constant. The condition, Ushin. Constitution. Withstanding condition. Withstanding state. Constitution. Stand with us. Instead of looking for fucking shortcuts, I got bills to pay and I got to clock in. And man, all I get to do is just listen to 7 Hills and I try to stop your bitching and moaning. You're letting these people fuck you. And we're showing you how to even analyze them and analyze us. So you can check the shit that's going on so that we can continue to go back to that mindset pertaining to our ancient foremothers and forefathers so that our days are long upon the earth land. Are we clear? Seriously, are we fucking clear? This is not a poppy show. All this because TT Bird asked about, can someone paraphrase UCC 1-308? I'm gonna give you more than a paraphrase. And I'm gonna give you more than a pair of phrases. Because instead of being forced in someone's correctional facility that I didn't consent to be corrected in, I put myself through my own bit and study. To myself. I didn't and I don't chase the bag. Prove to myself and make my own self, show my own self that I can be approved by that which I'm studying. And then I just share lovingly and accordingly. However, I know that I'm worthy of my higher pertaining to the maxim. And since that's the case, I do my best to be fair to myself and you all. That's why the Mirror sessions are 153. In respect that you guys are on a learning curve. Instead of 990, which 9 times out of 10, that's what the so-called multi-million-dollar companies and things of that nature, they want to book 7 Hill Star for something. You're going to give me and my bros up front, because remember, 6 million times 5 is 30. We're not going to start doing anything until we get that 15 million up front. Think I'm fucking around. I ain't fucking around. You got a corporation and they go, okay, just give us the 15 million up front and we'll do our due diligence to do what it is that we do. And we're really fucking good at it. To the point that when we do this book that we about to do, I'm telling you, these concepts we're about to bring into the astrological world has never considered. Because I don't even hear it in astrological circles. You would make sure that 15 million is up front. And then before we do what we need to do to release it to you, you won't finish that other half. That's 1 year's worth of work for all 5 of my brothers to work for not work for your company, to subcontract work to you, so to speak. In 1 year, it has to be 30 million up front. Because each of my brothers are worth $330 an hour that they decide to do this astrology. And we do what for the common people? Because we're worthy of a higher, we do 153. We're supposed to get $330 an hour and we're asking for 51. And you see what we do freely every Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And you want to give thousands of dollars to whom? You want to make a consular general out of whom? And we sit here and show you every time. We show you every time that you've been lied to. You've been fooled by those of our side that thought it was a joke and unreal. Any other questions, comments, and/or suggestions? Questions, comments, and/or suggestions? Going once?
You, Islam.
Questions, comments, and/or suggestions? Going twice? Indeed, beloved brother. Questions, comments, and/or suggestions? Going thrice. You know, Brother Sean had to go and be the greatest server on the planet as he is. I'm about to go and get with my loved ones. I know I got some printing to do actually of a particular writ and got to get it sent out via post so that I can actually do what it is that I actually speak about on our YouTube and at Lawful Living. Putting the action forward, putting it forth, just like how Brother R said he does what he was like, hey man, I gotta put this in since they X, Y, and Z. Cool. If one receiving SSDI, so like I said, Social Security Disability Insurance, should one cancel out that contract? I'm keeping a whole band with you. You can just correct, you know what I mean? Correct the record and then utilize, this is my opinion, because I don't get that. So I can't tell you from experience. All right, Tyrone, or anyone you know that's dealing with that. However, principle says, read Article 24 pertaining to the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People. Article 24. These institutions are to make sure that you have what you need to the highest extent. Read Article 20. That's your homework. Whoever's in earshot. Your homework is to look up United Nations Declarations that are on the Rights of Indigenous People. It might be in Prophet Noble Drew Ali University. If not, you can easily type in UNDRIP, UNDRIP PDF, because UNDRIP is United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People. And find Article 24 and read it like at least 3 times. The first time you read it 3 times. Read Article 24 3 times. Brother Derek Blash Bay says, thanks, love, and respect. Peace indeed, Brother Derek. Enchanted Nerd says, are we supposed to go back to forming governments or is this BS? Government means to rule your own mind. Govern, ruling your mind. It's like the ruling is being able to navigate and steer, because government comes from the Latin word gubernaculum. Gubernaculum deals with the rudder of a ship, and the rudder is in the water, which helps steer the boat, and it's connected to the helm, you know, like that wheel that has all the handles on it. So that's what governing your mind is. You know how to navigate. And since they're using maritime law, you have to show them that you're not navigating in their fucking waters or their orders. Tyrell Bay says, Islam Enchanted Nerve says, I knew we were supposed to be telling them to break it off. The US didn't sign the UNDRIP, but the OAS version they did. Organization of American States. I'm just saying. Hold people to things. And then all the other Moors that think they got something, because a lot of these elders too, man, they want you to kiss their ass and join their thing. And that right there is still family feuding. Because if I got some information and somebody else got some information and we can share it accordingly, and nobody's trying to play gatekeeper, be under my thumb ass shit, you know what I'm saying? Because I got books like from Abdullah. However, I disagree with that short Tarboo's thinking. Moors and Masonry is a good book. I know bro doesn't know astrology. And we're not going to sit here and talk about how we're teaming up with someone who looks like they eat pork chops and run a church. That Prophet Noble Drew Ali got a tombstone. The Moorish Divine and National Movement is different. So now we got to do this with the Law of Nations. You sold out. I don't give a fuck what you think or what you say. Especially if you're someone who has never dealt with these issues that most of the people are dealing with. Write great books, 50 notes. Oh yeah, for Moors and Masonry, yay, great. And it's even in my bio. He's one of the brothers that I learned from and studied from. Just saying, a lot of these elders are compromised now. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I mean, I could call Abdullah now. I still have his number on my phone. I just don't have time for people to talk to me like I'm young and fucking dumb. Period. 3 hearts from Enchanted Nerd and facts from Mother Sahara. So don't ask me about your hazy rods that smoke Black and Milds and a wife beater. But they be on Dr. G. Office out. Dr. G is getting to the donations. No disrespect. But she got to do what she got to do. I'm not Dr. G, so that's why I don't do what she does. She's not Brother Hassan. She's not going to do what Brother Hassan does. Period. Yeah, Mother Sahara Abdullah did switch up big time. Like him and Shem look like people that are trying to rehabilitate off the heroin at those like Butte clinics near the Baltimore Corporation. That's exactly what they look like to me. I don't give a fuck what y'all think. If everybody got this information and this knowledge, what's all the separation about? What's all the discord about? Because people still solving these sums. They fucked up in their head. You can read the Law of Nations and all that. However, didn't I say start with the Great Law of Peace? This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Like, why are we going to the Law of the Nations? The Law of the Nations, why don't you start with the Great Law of Peace? Where do you think the Law of Nations stuff is derived from? Remember, we're going back to the mindset pertaining to our ancient foremothers and forefathers, so our days are long upon our earth plane. Let's stop entertaining bullshit, please. Please let's stop entertaining bullshit. Oh, Brother Sean is still here. Okay, I see it. It's just that I'm the only ones that's cute because you guys got your cameras off. That's fine. No worries. All right? Yeah, they look like dope things. Rehabilitating at the Butte Clinic. No disrespect. I'm just showing you guys. When I really studied and put myself around these different elders, my eyes was wide open. Like, damn, these motherfuckers is on some bullshit. This is good that they do, but this shit is bullshit. I got just about every elder in my phone. All of them. The most recent one, and I spoke with them recently, is brother Prince Charles Rogers L. I think you guys know him as Seer the Duke of Tears. He's pretty down to earth. I'll give him that. And I think he's open to what it is that we're discussing here. Because I had to approach him about some documents I saw filed near the Miami Corporation for the State Republic. I'm like, bro, what the fuck is this? You know, not being rude or disrespectful. I'm just really saying, like, man, if I'm reading this about Prophet Noble Drew Ali and Charles Mosley Bay, why y'all doing this over here? Huh? Why y'all? Look, man, come to Jurisprudence Gym, man. But I think we'd be able to do this. But again, people are solving their sums. They're working shit out. A lot of people, they're your more superheroes, but they're still solving sums too. They're still trying to figure shit out too. I'm telling you. I don't fuck around, and I'm not going to change up what I say because I mean what I say. So all of you with the, I'm about to run tell that, hey, this brother said this, look at this video at this part right here. They know my number, 443-376-8764 is the international number. Those that really have my number, my iMessage number, they know that number too to call me directly. Outside of the Google Voice, which still comes to the iPhone. You guys have stopped. You gotta stop being fucking fans and allowing yourselves to be lied to, and start holding people fucking accountable. These people know all this great stuff and shit, man. Look, motherfuckers want to sell books and have you transact for lectures. Why don't you fucking get that already? There's nothing wrong. Grab the book, support them with their book, support them with their lecture. However, what else are they offering outside of that? I'll wait. What are they offering? I'm listening. What are they offering? Nothing. Books and lectures. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I like books and lectures. Let me cop a few of them. Right? What's next, though? How do people really saving themselves if you got a lot of what? Not enough how. See how they push themselves to the back? And the new Moors coming in with their eyes wide open have to carry out the law? A lot of motherfuckers think y'all gonna think I'm being arrogant and shit. And what you gonna find out is like, dang, yo was actually, he actually looking out and being loving the whole time. Yeah. Because you got a lot of people that you look up to and you think they funny and you like their little rap CDs and shit. And they can't even do what the fuck we're doing. And writs look like bullshit when I read them. Like, damn, that writ is bullshit. That's horrible. Enchanted Nerd says she told Shem about the free nationals and he gave her some game. Abdullah started tripping saying we need more schooling. What is he going to teach? What are even one of them going to teach? All of this. That's cool. That's cool. That's why I tell y'all come to the Jurisprudence Gym. Not every Moor that comes to the Jurisprudence Gym speak up. Sometimes I think it'd be some of these beings, they come and they be under another code or their phone just says iPhone or it might be like Samsung device or some shit. That's possible. They're not gonna say nothing. Why? Because it would take away from their celebrity and the hypnosis that you're under of having them on a pedestal. That's why I just said we just semi-hillstar. We're just brothers. I'm brother Hassan. There's brother Sean. There's brother Terrell. There's brother Corey. There's brother Ara. There's no special title. So what? Yeah, I got on the Sharif's badge. Yeah, shout out to the bro that gave me a Sharif's badge because they know what I'm about. I'm enforcing law. I'm doing it right here. Especially every Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Melissa Hart says, yep. Why is Consort charging taxes when you order something? That's what I'm saying, man. You better stop listening to people talking about Mars and Moor Avengers and stuff. Stop that shit. Y'all gonna see. Y'all gonna see. And all that's gonna happen is y'all gonna look at videos from probably like a year ago and see the shit that's happening now and is gonna happen in the next 6 months. You're like, damn, Hassan was telling us the whole time. Yeah, I and my brothers. Mm-hmm. However, we comprehend. Man knows not, which is Naught. The mind, man is mind, knows not. Not is falsehood. The mind knows falsehood by being told. So you got to get your experience. I'm not saying stop buying their books and stop, participating in their lectures. Support your elders. Donate to us if you like, because we're doing like 4 lectures every Sunday. We do 4 lectures within 7 days, right? So I guess let me put that down there. Let me put the Cash App for you guys. Boom. Right? Because I normally don't, but let's do it since we're on the topic, right? Our Astrology Street. All right? Boom. There we go. There's the Cash App. But yeah, most of these so-called grind sheiks and stuff like that. See how they led y'all to support Rise of the Moors, and now look at how they're doing. That's why I call them Fall of the Moriscos. Mm-hmm. Just the Marine infiltration outfit. That's all. Trust me, my consort isn't a modern European, so I'm not confused. I'm not absorbing monkey energy and doing monkey shit. Oh, brother, that's cold. You stop talking about the brother consort. I'm just telling you the truth, how energy works. I'm not taking anything personal. I'm not being personal. My charge is in order to change the people, you must change their literature. Prove what I'm saying wrong. Prove what I present to be wrong. Prove what anything me and my brothers present to be wrong. And we're not above making our correction, provided we make a misstep or mistake. And I don't have no problem going, Dad, all right, I was loud and wrong about that. Okay, I get why you're doing that fuck shit. In my mind, I think it's fuck shit, but I see why you're doing it. Just like the whole UCC. I know Malika, like, you ain't got to do the UCC 1-3 where you ain't got to say all rights reserved. Cool, I get it. I also said, look, it's a dual-edged sword, though, if you use it like this. And then she'll go, oh, okay, I see that you can use it like that. Cool. But Malika made it go like, I don't need to use that shit. And she doesn't. At all. Right? So if you want to make a donation, there it is. Right? Go and tell your favorite Grand Sheik or whoever, or whatever. I don't give a fuck, honestly. Because one, they can't beat us here or physically, actually. I guarantee that. We're for peace and not destruction. At the same time, though, don't get mad because I point out your favorite Moorish superhero is on some fuck shit. Or your favorite Moorish rap artist is on some fuck shit. I don't care how they MC and how you like it. Recognize that you support fuck shit. All right, is that good enough? Can we yield now? Can I yield the floor now? You guys got enough? You got enough? Because what we need to do is be coming together and start keep doing bullshit. Everybody got enough? Okay, no one else is commenting? Okay, cool. This is where I'm going to yield the floor. Probably went into like 4 or 5 hours now. It's all good. It needs to be put out there because we need to stop and really know who the actual enemy is. First of all, the enemy is your ignorance, thinking you know.
Islam.
I do this research. I'm going to sell a book for 50 notes and then do a lecture and smile like this in the in the flyer. I'm a master teacher that write books, and that's how I smile in the flyer. Stop it. Please stop it. Please stop it. So this is where I go and be, Mother Sahar, gratitude, peace, and love. So guys, this is where we're going to yield. We love you all. I and my brothers, on behalf of Brother Terrell Tamari Bey, Brother Corey Bey, Brother Shawnee Mel, Brother Ara Muawa Bey, we say, and on behalf of all 7 Hill Star, of course, to you all, we love you guys. All right. I love you. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. So I do what I do. Indeed, te amo. That's why we love you guys. However, stop being a fucking fan. Don't even be a fan of us. We're not here. We're not a celebrity. Don't be a fan of us. All right. Seriously. We all need to come together with all the different things that we know and move forward with it. Other than that, 9 times out of 10, whatever information you bring or you got an elder you want us to listen to, we're going to analyze what the fuck they're talking about. And then move forward in that direction if it's necessary. Other than that, we know that most of your elders are still learning from us because they could only get as far as getting us started. And now they're going to see what we're presenting, and then they're going to go back and then they're going to act like they've always had this information. And then you should go, well, if you knew this before, why are you just coming out about it now? And then listen to the bullshit they say. You're going to pay attention to how certain elders speak and all that. You're going to be like, damn, this motherfucker's lying to you. I just give it a pass because of my respect for them. Like, okay, all right. Anyway, all right. Indeed, mother. Yes, we are telling the truth. All righty. We love you all. Run and tell Dad if you're offended and you want your favorite, whatever. You want to go and instigate stuff? Go ahead. Go and instigate it. I mean, that's not peace. However, you want to do that and just have people be able to try to say negative things about us, cool, it's all good. You know what I mean? Hey, yo, TT Bird just said what you said, Jag. She said, why are you like this? It literally said that in the chat, bro.
Hilarious.
She literally said a brother Jag line. Why are you like this? Just keeping it a band. I'm not being mean. And I'm not talking badly about people. I'm giving you my experience and I'm telling the truth. That's it. I don't give a fuck about saving face. I'm not violating Act 3 pertaining to our divine constitution and bylaws either. You guys need to start questioning who you're a fan of. And then listen to how they don't answer your questions directly. And then you'll see what they know and what they fucking don't know. Period. And don't, like, all right, well, fuck it, let me just go worship 7 Hill Star. Don't do that either. Remember, we say, come along and study with me, my friends. Brothers
and then ask
mothers.
them, can they help them with something? They're going to tell you to get a lawyer.
Yeah.
Or anything else. So, I mean, what more do you really want? We show you how to study, how to do it. They're just going to sell you a pack of shade and move on without giving you the foundation. That's why folks think nothing works. Or there's an ad. But okay, I yield.
That's why we tell people, RV Bay Publications, the only 3 websites you need to be paying attention to. RVBayPublications.com, 7hillstar.com, LawfulLiving.com. That's it. And the rights are reserved. So don't be like, well, the .com means just a commercial, so y'all doing commerce. We're definitely not. And I guarantee you at the end of the day, you try to pull that shit, we're going to show you. It's non-statutory. Period. Why? I speak, I think, therefore it is. I think, I speak, therefore it is. Period. That's called godding, right? G-O-D.
And then add on to your wisdom, bro. Okay, quit trying to find, what was I saying? What do you want me to be wrong about? Quit trying to find everything wrong with us, and we showed you more than enough that we're ready to move forward, but they're not ready to move forward because they want to find faults to, well, they do this. Like, bro, shut up, bro. We got work here. Get out your feelings. I yield.
It's one of most of these elders already have a mindset that they're set in. And that's why I said to my bros and I'm like, bros, we got to be those that, like, even 30 years from now, we can't ever get stuck in our ways. We always got to have a way of being elastic in our thinking. Seriously. And allowing ourselves to always be, very open-minded at all times and not being stuck anywhere. Just always enforce law, enforce the Constitution. Right? And make sure, you're not doing too much of, well, I'm going to do this little bit of commerce like this, but if I preserve my rights like that, okay, just make sure you show up your fucking strategy then. Because to me, when I analyze certain beings, it's like, it looks like you're under the governor of this particular state, though. How can a bay be under a substitute bay? That doesn't make sense. So, yes, you hear us, you love us. Yes, we love you too. And you're really sincerely doing your best to absorb this knowledge. Indeed. Indeed, Mother. Indeed, Mother Tim. Indeed. TT Bird, right? So with that being said, and all 11 of you that are there in the chat on YouTube, thank you all so much. I know this probably got stretched out about 4 or 5 hours. It's all good. No worries. We already know that this last hour or so is due to TT Bird asking us to go over UCC 1-308, and I just couldn't just go over it. I had to give you the socle before building the pyramid. And I trust now you can see from the height from which I see, or we can turn that pyramid upside down and bring the light to earth. Right? So with that being said, guys, we love you all. This is where we say namaste, namaste, namaste. Islam, 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 y'all. Peace and love.